All right, guys, we're on the podcast now. Welcome back to the Golden Cricket Podcast, episode number.
Is it 50?
If it can.
No, it is nowhere near.
Never mind.
50.
I need to find our account to get back access to all our stuff.
Like the channel.
Forgot about that. Yeah, let's see. Let's go back to my recordings. Oh, your podcast.
Just record an episode and then like do that later. So we have an actual like episode to drop once we find the account.
No, we got to talk about stuff like that's in the moment.
Current.
Yeah, current events.
All right.
Oh,
What are you
did
talking
y'all
about?
know that? What's it called? People have to pay taxes now if they use PayPal or
Jovic. That's
Or what? Zelle?
No, Venmo, right?
the
Yeah.
last
Venmo?
episode.
What?
Something like no.
The last
yeah.
episode we did was season 2, Golden Creek Podcast season 2, number 1. We got the milk. We left again.
Nice.
Season 3, episode 1. We got some more milk.
What's up, kids? What's up,
Got
y'all?
milk.
We're back. We got the milk.
No,
The
we
boys
forgot
go
the
get milk.
cigarettes. It's the cigarette.
Also,
When did that episode drop?
last year, I'm pretty sure. No.
It was 1 year ago,
Yeah.
February 23rd, 2021.
yeah.
Oh damn!
Our first episode came out 2 years ago, August 7th, 2020.
That was the time.
God, it's been 2 years,
It's been 2
guys.
years. We haven't
Yeah.
posted for 2 years.
We haven't even posted a 2-year anniversary.
Let's just skip to the 3-year anniversary instead.
All right, see you guys next August then.
Had,
Okay.
Did you see that we can monetize Discord servers now?
Really?
Yeah,
Are you gonna tax us?
We're gonna get content creator.
I am gonna text every one of y'all.
That's crazy.
We're gonna create our de facto Golden Creek.
It's gonna cost $1 to get in and $5 to get out.
What?
Mm.
So it's like a deposit.
It's like a deposit with interest.
Okay, I guess.
Wasn't okay.
That's what?
My stream wasn't loading. So, did you guys hear the news? There's been a lot of news today, this week. All right,
What
so
do you want
let's
to talk about?
let's go down. Which one we want to talk about? Liver King,
Let's talk about-
Nintendo, World Cup, Kanye West, and
If we talk about Kanye, we gotta cancel.
and
We're not.
No, we're not.
Nah,
We're
hell
not
no.
gonna get canceled.
Everyone hates
Oh,
Kanye
oh,
now.
yeah.
Let's rephrase it. If I talk about him, we get canceled.
Head ass. Okay.
Do you agree with him? Is that why?
Okay.
Did
Did you guys see the tweet where he was like, "All right,
He loves.
I-
Yeah.
no, not that one. The one where he was like, yeah, I caught Chris Paul having sex with Kim. Or I caught Chris Paul with Kim. That shit.
Is that legit? Like, is he?
Okay,
Chris Paul.
Right?
He's a famous basketball player. He's a basketball player. Okay, see, people are saying it has to be legit because, like, if he lies, why the would he say Chris Paul? Like, I said this one tweet, I believe in Kanye West just because who the would think of Chris Paul when thinking
Sorry,
of, oh
did you
yeah,
just
my
say
wife.
you believe in Kanye West?
Jovic,
I'm
what
not
the
saying
fuck,
I
dog?
am. I'm not saying I believe. I'm just saying I saw a
Jovic.
tweet that was like, yeah, man. I mean, I wouldn't, not believe Kanye West because who the would say Chris Paul? You know, like no one would say Chris Paul because he seems like a stand-up guy. Seems like a good guy to, so like
I mean, who really cares? He already got cucked like 3 times.
that's fair. Might as well just add someone new, with Chris Paul. No, but Twitter went on flames for against Chris Paul. Like there's a bunch of memes
Why are they
on that
supporting
hoe now.
Kanye, dude? Kanye's a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, it's just that like there's no way he would lie about it, like why Chris Paul? Why say that name? He could have said, some fucking more believable name, but Chris Paul is.
Hey man,
Yeah, he could have said Jovic Sanchez.
Oh my god, if he did, I would be like, shit, man, why the not, man? Shit, shit.
wait, wasn't Chris Paul also an anti-vaxxer, or was that someone else?
That's
No,
someone
that
else. That was
yeah.
you're
Deshaun?
thinking about Kyrie.
Okay.
Oh
Gotta be
yeah,
Kyrie.
Kyrie. See, I'd believe if he said Kyrie, but Chris Paul.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the news on.
No, but no, he's
Twitter
deflecting, right?
I mean,
He
He
I
is
said it.
deflecting.
I'm sure
This-
he's the. I don't know. See, that's the thing, because he just Because didn't he tweet a bunch of things from Elon's picture to him saying that most god awful thing, and then to Chris Paul? So he said it. He just tweeted a bunch of shit.
Chris Paul just gotta drop that. I got hacked.
No, not even, bro. Like, I don't even know. Rickson's on TikTok right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed, boys.
You gotta hear it?
Yeah.
It's loud as fuck.
Whoops. My bad.
Okay then.
Oh my God.
So what about if not for Kanye, then what else?
Would you still listen to his music?
Me?
I never did, so.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Kanye West the artist and Kanye West the person in my head are now two completely different people.
Jovic, he still gets revenue. He still gets revenue from every play you do.
I understand that.
You're indirectly supporting this man.
So you're saying that you will continue listening.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Man makes some good music, okay?
Made.
It's not like he's making music, but like made.
It still does.
That guys, if Hitler made amazing music, Joe would be like, I'd separate Hitler and the music, and Hitler the
Okay,
artist.
so you're basically doing what they did to you, Rickson.
Which is
What?
Which is, I said.
Are you comparing me to Hitler?
Okay, you guys are actually just twisting my words now.
I'm not making you do anything.
You guys are actually just twisting my words now. That's what you're doing. This is what's happening here right now.
Okay, then speak. What are you talking about? When have I ever been canceled for something?
What? What are you talking about now?
That's what you just said, Jovic. You said like we're doing what we're doing to you, what we did to Rickson. But what
are you talking about, dude?
Which is basically saying I don't know the correct
gaslight
quote. No, not gaslight. But Rickson was like, "Oh, I just said I don't like apples," and then you're like, "Oh, you hate waffles or you hate oranges," something like that along those lines.
I don't
he's trying to say that we're just saying a whole new sentence. Joke. That is what we're doing.
Yes.
That is the bit. That is the bit, Jovic.
And I don't like the bit.
I don't like the bit.
I don't like it. It puts me in a
Okay, we need a
bad
safe
light.
word. We need a safe word.
Okay. I should not say that word. Never mind. I should not say
What?
that. I almost said that sentence.
Sentence? What?
No, I'm not. It's not like I was gonna get canceled, but I was gonna say a sentence following that, which good thing I didn't say. You know what? I've already talked about it too much, so might as well just say it. Absalon. Absalon.
Absalon?
Absalon.
What the fuck is that?
It's a fucking name from like a robot movie.
You know, I think the safe word should be do better, Jovic.
Robot.
So if someone catches you watching, like listening to Kanye music right now,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and they give you the stare, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would say that you separate Kanye the artist from Kanye the person.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Look, his song, "Violent Crimes," is it "Violent Crimes"? It's a good song. It has a positive message to it.
Okay.
I think I see it as having a positive message to it.
So even if Kanye is, you know, a Nazi, right?
Okay, I don't look.
Like,
see, that's the thing. He doesn't. I feel like he doesn't push out his Nazi
he literally said he loves Hitler.
propaganda in his music.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he doesn't push it in general, but he doesn't push it in his music.
I can't wait for after all this happens, he drops a new album and it is exactly what the thing you're saying.
He doesn't push it in his music.
Didn't you see why he got like banned on Twitter? It was because he posted the album cover. And you know what was on the album cover for his next album? A swastika.
Oh yeah, the swastika and the Star of Jacob.
Okay, so let's say there's a fire song in there. Would you listen
David,
to that?
my bad.
Would you listen to that? Like,
if there was a fire ass song.
Honestly, wait, hold on.
If there was a fire ass song, okay, look.
Alright, it's 11. I'm going to bed, yo. Adios.
Okay,
there's more to it than just what's it called? For me to actually like the song, there's more to it than it being fire, if that makes sense, right? It
So
has
what
to
kind
have
of
a
other
message.
factors?
Message, you know,
Okay, let's say the
the
message is there, right?
what is the message?
Well, no, let's just assume that there is a message that vibes with you.
I
Okay.
mean, clearly, if it vibes with me, it's not anti-Semitic. It's not like
Okay.
pushing Nazi fucking terms. If it vibes with me, you know, if it vibes with me, then clearly
Yeah.
it doesn't talk anything about that shit, you know.
Okay. So, despite that, you would listen to the album that would have a Nazi symbol on it.
Okay, see, now I think you just because I'm listening to a specific song in the album.
Yeah.
Now.
But now you're listening to Kanye, right? Kanye is a Nazi, right?
Uh-huh.
And so, do you think there's any implication that by listening to his music, you popularize him? You know, make him more mainstream than he should be?
So you're saying because of me, he's mainstream?
Well, not because of you, but like if people like you come together and say like, you know, Kanye, he's a Nazi, but he makes fire music, so listen to his music still. Do you think that's a bad idea?
I understand. See, but that's the thing, though. It's just like, if my influence is that great on other people, then
No.
yeah.
Let's say it's not because of your influence.
Okay.
But because he made like, let's say he made a really good song, and like
Okay.
people vibe with the message, including you, and you continue to listen to the music despite Kanye being a Nazi.
Uh-huh.
So do you think there's a problem there? Let's keep like continuing to listen to Kanye despite him being a Nazi, and by continuing to listen, you're popularizing him, making him more mainstream when he should be shut down.
I mean, honestly, if we just don't talk about the situation,
Oh, should you keep it on the low?
I don't fucking know, man. I mean, honestly,
So
look, okay, I'm gonna be honest. Look, once that Travis Scott incident happened, I'm be honest. I still listen to Travis Scott songs, but it was during my own time, right? So that's probably what I'm gonna do, right? If I'm not gonna say that I support what Travis Scott did, because clearly I didn't. Like, that shit was a shitty thing that happened at his concert, and he should have never let it happen, right?
Yeah.
But his music is still out there. While yes, his music's still out there, I'll still listen to the songs that I like. So I believe that I'll probably do the same thing with Kanye West. He did something shitty. He said something shitty. Do I agree with it? No, I don't. But right, his music's still out there. He does make, he did make great songs, songs that I listen to. And will I still listen to it? Yes, in my free time. So yeah.
Okay. So you'll continue listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I don't know. If you want him shut down, just don't have people fucking listen to him. I don't know, man. The way to shut down Kanye is, I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know if there's a way to shut down Kanye. Because not gonna lie, I feel like Kanye West has that influence, and since he does have that influence,
he has the platform. He
will have cameras on him. So, it's not like he can be stopped.
And that's like the danger to it, because if someone is popular, they have influence on people. Like, people look up to Kanye before the Nazi incident, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they continue listening to his music, like, oh, he's fire music, and he's popular, so people might say, oh, it's okay what he says, I'll stick with him.
See, but that's the thing, though.
That would be a bad thing.
Yeah, but it's not like. So you're saying just don't listen to him at all, and then that's how you deplatform him.
I would say so.
He's going. Oh, it's just us. No, it's just us.
No, it's just us.
You would think so? I mean, you don't even listen to Kanye, so.
I don't listen to Kanye. So I don't really have a problem there. But I'm asking you because you're a listener to Kanye, right?
Yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the moral dilemma there.
I'm pretty sure he's in my Spotify Wrapped, my top artist.
Okay.
So I do listen to him on a regular day basis. I don't know if regular day basis is the right term, but.
So are there any other options to, like, separate the musical artist Kanye versus the Nazi Kanye. Do you think just not talking about him is enough?
Honestly, yeah, just prevent, like they did what Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's old news now, so
But don't you think that's like how did he become old news? Just stop talking about him.
Yeah, he became like they banned him everywhere. He didn't have a platform. He didn't have a voice. While yes, he still made money. It's just like, um, you know.
But wasn't his platform all about like advertising to younger men, right? And like telling them like, oh, you got to be a Sigma male. And so by deplatforming him, they prevented him from using his message. But if they continue using Kanye, right, and allow him to use Spotify or Apple Music, he'll still have a platform to go through like audiences.
I guess that's fair, but then I guess at that point it's just prevent him from releasing out new stuff.
So you don't support that decision, right?
What?
Or do you?
To completely take out his music?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I don't care. If they take out his music, they take out his music. It really does not affect me, What, would I like, would I be irked? Yeah, I guess if I feel like, damn, I really want to listen to a Kanye song right now, I guess I would be irked. But, yeah.
So, but I'm in favor of like, just, shut him down completely. Because I think anyone who is a popular figure, that equates to power. And people who have power and they are a Nazi and very dangerous, that's a very dangerous thing.
Yeah.
So that's my position on it. Like just deplatform him. That won't probably happen because I think he only got banned for 12 hours on Twitter for doing that.
Yes.
And that shit's crazy. And the Alex Jones, you watched that clip, right? The Alex Jones one?
Where he walked out? I'm not too sure. I don't get the context of why he walked. I just know he just walked out. Yeah, so first, see, my top artist for Spotify Wrapped is Drake, then it's Kanye, then it's Lil Uzi, then it's Travis, then it's Steven Universe.
Steven Universe?
Yeah. Do you see it? Yeah. Just go
on a rapper, on a rapper rap thing.
No, it's just my top artist that I listen to.
Oh, top artist in general. Okay. But you heard what he said, right? He
no,
all his Nazi stuff on Alex Jones.
I didn't.
Oh, he basically said.
I didn't. Go
ahead. I'll kind of sum it here, but he basically said, "I love Hitler." That's actually what he said explicitly. And then Alex Jones, the fucking white supremacist, was like, "You gotta chill, dude." And like, "Oh, no. Kanye means like he likes their outfits." And then Kanye was like, "No, I love Hitler." And like he made the highways, he made the or something.
What the fuck?
He was off the rails.
Interesting.
You need to take these meds, dude.
Interesting. Did you see him say that like when he took they're trying to limit him because by giving him all the medications and shit, and then like now he's off the medication, he's free or whatever.
Dude,
did you see that?
He's not free, bro. He's just.
Did you see that?
He's trapped in his own mind still. He just doesn't know it. Yeah, I did see that. I don't know if you know this guy, but he's friends with now a guy named Nick Fuentes.
Who's friends with Nick Fuentes?
Kanye.
Okay.
And Nick Fuentes is like an alt right, like super racist, like Nazi white supremacist that wants like woman rights to be removed, and no doesn't want minorities.
Oh.
And he's friends with
Kanye.
Kanye's friends with that guy.
Yeah, I've never heard of Nick Fuentes before.
Yeah, he's a super alt-right Nazi, a Holocaust denier. So, yeah, Kanye is going off the rails. I don't know if there's a redemption for him.
For Kanye?
Yeah, he's
I don't think there is. I don't think he's I mean, everyone's seen it now, so it's just like, yeah, Kanye's just. I feel like if he continues on this road, people will just eventually realize, yeah, let's just not listen to him. You know, stop putting the fucking camera in front of his face. You know, let's just not listen to his, you know, music, whatever. You know, but the thing is, it's just he's already famous, so it's gonna take a minute. You know, it's either that
Yeah.
or he fucking dies. So, you know,
Bro, I don't know if he's dying anytime soon.
I don't know. And he is a billionaire, so
Is he still a billionaire? I thought he lost like millions.
I'm pretty sure he's
Cause he-
still is.
Cause he lost his sponsorship with Adidas, right? And then
Yeah.
he got like he lost a bunch of like sponsors.
No, never mind. It says Kanye West no longer a billionaire.
Yeah, he took a fat fucking L. A well deserved one too. Ooh. Man, who thought we'd be living in this timeline, bro?
Yeah. Okay, Forbes says he's not a billionaire, but he says he's a billionaire.
You can't trust Kanye's words. I think
You know
he's
what I
gonna
heard?
like
I heard someone say that like once you become a billionaire, that's when governments start tracking you down and shit.
when you become a billionaire.
Yeah, when you become a billionaire.
I'm not surprised. Like, honestly, there should not be any billionaires out there. Like, they just hold way too much money.
I mean, shit. People are now saying because of the Qatar World Cup and shit, people are now like exposed to the trillionaires out there because that's where the royal family of, you know, the Middle Eastern countries live. So
Yeah, that shit's crazy because like we don't need billionaires at all. They do nothing for us.
mhm. Well, it's
Like-
just, you know, they're just
Like tax the
playing the
fucking
game.
shit. I think they're abusing the game, bro.
Yeah.
They're abusing that shit.
So,
Beating
you know,
it like a
that's the
dish
thing. Like,
horse.
billionaires played the game. They made the rules for them to win. So it's not like, you know, they.
Well, I
Yeah.
also think they got lucky. Like, they got lucky once. And, you know, Elon Musk is a fraud too, but
I mean, look, I feel like most billionaires came from rich families, well-off families.
They did.
So it's not like they got lucky. So their families
Well,
got
so-
lucky in their, you know.
true.
They got
That is also
placed
true.
in a position where luck was found, you know. So
Yeah,
all rich are
they had more
generational.
opportunities, bro.
yeah,
And look what they're fucking doing. They're just spending on yachts and, you know.
yeah. I mean, but that's the thing, though. I feel like if you have money, it's just very. You will think selfishly with it. No,
Well-
okay. Did you? Okay, what I've heard, because I watched this TikTok, this Jewish TikToker, and he was
Yeah.
like, you know, he's like, yeah, Kanye's right. Us Jewish people do make a lot of money, and this is why. And that Jewish TikToker explained the business that Jews have between each other. What's it called? He said that almost every Jewish people, they donate to charity. But here's the twist. It's their own charity. So it's the charity that they own, that they donate to.
It's money laundering or something.
No, it's not. I don't think it's money laundering. I think it's just a little tax write-off, and that money comes right back to their pockets. It's either that or they just better the community that they're around. So yeah.
But it's not only Jewish people, you know? That's like
Oh, yeah.
every billionaire,
Yeah.
millionaire who does
Yeah.
that shit.
It's just that I just saw that on a TikTok, and it happened to be a Jewish TikToker that I don't know. But no,
I don't
it's
think they should say Jewish people do that. Like all
That's fair.
like, extremely rich people do that.
That's fair.
It just happens that he knows that like
Yeah.
a sampling bias of like, oh, you see all these Jewish people do it. Oh, but you know, all of these
I think
people also do it too.
they replicate the formula well, and they do it well enough. But honestly, though, it's just I feel like once you become richer, it's just you'll become more selfisher, and then it's just like, you know,
Yeah,
end
and
the
that's
game.
man. Yeah.
It's
That's
just
why
you have morals,
just-
Paulo. You have morals.
Yeah, I mean
So-
like $1 billion can go a long way to do so much things for
Mhm.
like our world,
Mhm.
and then like all these motherfuckers spend it on trivial shit.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do if you have $1 billion, right?
Mhm.
You're not gonna spend that throughout your lifetime. Like, if you live like a normal person's life,
Yeah.
you could live
But
like
that's the
100.
thing. Billionaires haven't lived normal lives. They're not normal as soon as they're born, so they wouldn't do normal things. It's just, it's so hard to obtain that $1 billion status that by the time your family gets there, you're way gone. The person who lived poor couldn't teach their future generations how to live poor or what it meant like being poor. So by the time that family's a billionaire, it's just those morals and those, that's already faded away where they wouldn't know how to live normally. So I wouldn't know. Because I feel like that's how it is. Because look, Elon Musk didn't live a normal life. Like shit, I thought he did, but like next thing I
Bro,
know,
he
his
lives on a silver platter.
his family is rich to begin with, and his dad gave him so much money to start off. So, and then he just happened to be in a what in the car industry, in the tech industry, which is successful. So
Yeah, he didn't even invent Tesla.
he's just funded
He
it
didn't invent
and
PayPal either. It's
CPO.
like he's a scammer.
Oh yeah, that was his big first success on PayPal.
No, it's not even his. It was like
He co-owned. I know that he was the co-founder.
No, he called himself like
A
no. So
co-founder.
there was like a company that created PayPal, and then there was a merger between that company and Elon's like other bank company that failed, and then
Oh.
he became like part of the company still, but like he called himself owner even though he didn't create it.
Oh. I
And so
see.
he's taking other people's credit to give himself more publicity, and he's just
Yeah.
like an like all these people, all these billionaires, they're not smart people. Like Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse failed the like
Yeah.
failed the
I
out of
mean,
everything. He
yeah.
got
See,
lucky once with Facebook, right?
yeah, no, I think that's the thing nowadays. It's just like, um, people with money, people think they're smart, but they're not. It's just,
They're,
they have the wealth, and people think to have wealth you need the knowledge, but it's just connections and being at the right place at the right time.
they need to tax the fucking shit out of them.
I feel like,
Probably
haven't
won't happen.
they've gotten taxed. Actually,
They
I don't fucking know.
they're taxed right off.
I'm fucking talking like I know how much they got taxed.
They
I don't
have
fucking
like
know.
fucking they pay like literally so less taxes, so much less taxes compared to how much they earn, right?
Yeah,
So
percentage wise, yeah.
yeah, even though they get like taxed quote unquote more than the average person is only making like 80K, right? They're
Yeah.
making millions per year.
While
And
they're
so
getting
like
taxed
even though they're
2%.
like even though they're getting taxed quote unquote more, their quality of life is way more because they have so much more money to work with than the average person. And so we honestly
Is it the fact that they don't get taxed as much as we do? Is it because like it's a tactic, right? They not liquidate, but they just move their money to a point where it's just like they don't personally have. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But yeah.
yeah, it's just a shame. Cause I'm like, man, I don't know, bro.
I
The
mean, yeah.
future's looking grim.
I mean,
You know, have you heard of the fucking sperm counts are like dropping worldwide?
really? Why?
Yeah, it's like they don't know the direct cause, but people like think might be the microplastics that are like in our. Everyone has microplastics in their body now,
Yeah.
like no exception.
Yeah.
But like those microplastics can mimic certain hormones in our body, and so they think that there's this like the microplastics are causing men to go infertile,
Mm.
and because it's like it's not only like specific countries that are like
Having this issue.
yeah, it's like globally, like no matter what country.
Interesting. What the hell? Okay, wait. So is it the amount of sperm that each male is producing?
Yeah, so
low?
like per like load, like your sperm count is like super low, or like dropping, not super low, but like it has dropped in compared to recent decades.
Mm.
So who knows? Maybe human race might go extinct.
You think there's gonna be another reset of civilization, like how the Romans got, defeated, I guess. The Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Egypt Empire, the Mayans, you know.
We won't know that it's a modern like reset until it actually happens. It's like people like when the Roman Empire broke up, it's like it's hard to define like, oh, the empire fell or when
Yeah.
like it's like still declining, and
Yeah.
we don't know. But like I don't know if the world can handle that.
I mean, honestly, probably. Do you think what will cause it is a world war, or do you think it's just naturally over time, you know, the rich
So
countries will just their economies will just deteriorate?
I think it might be because of the climate. Like the climate
Mhm.
change that's happening right now is like exacerbating. So there are countries that are literally like island countries that are little like their land is shrinking because of climate
Yeah.
change.
Yeah.
Is Philippines having that problem? I don't know.
I'm not too sure. I don't know.
But yeah, and then there's like worldwide droughts that are happening and crop shortages. So
Yeah.
there's going to be a race to find out how much food we can produce, I think. And I don't really complicated, but I think the world might, if we continue with like carbon, like coal and oil and all that,
Mm-hmm.
and the world will become unsustainable and countries will collapse because of it.
Mm.
Like the human race would probably barely survive, but whole entire countries would get destroyed.
Yeah. So do you think the next generation of, society and just world itself will continue to live at Earth, or do you think by the time that happens, space travel?
I don't think we're ready for space travel. We're not even. I don't think
That's
so.
fair. That's fair.
Because like, even though we can have like, we don't have the rocket capacity to even send it to Mars yet. Well, we do,
Yeah.
but like, we haven't even tested it.
Yeah.
How are we gonna get to like a Earth-like planet with
Yeah.
what we don't have?
That's fair.
Like, we probably won't see the true effects of climate change. Like, we'll probably see the tail end of it when we're about to like
Die.
super old,
Yeah.
like 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
But our kids or grandkids, if we
Great
have some,
grandkids, you think?
yeah, if the sperm counts recover, they're gonna share the brunt of that, and they're gonna have to deal with that. Which, honestly, I don't know. It's like all the old fucks in our government is just
Fucking
too
it up.
fucking stubborn. Yeah,
Yeah.
we should probably, Sometimes I wish like they would just die or something.
Just reset government and put in
Yeah, just put in
younger kids.
Yeah, millennials, Gen Zs. Like, come on.
Yeah, by the time they're gone, we're gonna be old, and then it's gonna be the same cycle.
Like,
That's true.
We can't have fucking
A maximum age. Yeah.
yeah 80-year-old fucks.
Yeah,
like,
no,
going
it's
into our
crazy.
government.
Some of the facts are just like, yeah, some people on Congress or in the Senate lived long enough to see slavery. Like they saw slavery firsthand. Who knows? See, that's the thing though, too. I mean, like we got Beto, it's just that he didn't win because there's still old people around.
It's also because like how he also like I guess sent his message. Like he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take everyone's guns," and all the Texans were like, "Fuck you." Like,
yeah, but I mean, it's the right call. It's the right call. It's a good call. Shit, my parents made fun of me for voting for blue, and I was like, all right, then for sure, you got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah, he might have had a chance against Ted Cruz, but yeah,
I just wanted that motherfucker. What the fuck is his name? I fucking don't
Greg
know.
Abbott?
I just wanted him fucking gone, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted him gone. He was a piece of shit, actually. Like, holy fucking shit. That abortion law that got passed, fuck that, man.
Yeah. Oh, another problem is that like the Republican Party like literally has state control like on lock. Their gerrymandering is like
Yeah.
so fucking powerful. Like even if we wanted to go like turn Texas blue, we're working against working against like decades of like efforts to like minimize the blue
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah.
So it's like extremely hard to like gain momentum and reform that.
That's why we need new people in there, younger people, I guess. But that's the thing, we can't even vote them in. Oh man.
Yeah, man.
So but there's another side to politics as well. It's corporations that fund them. And once, that's just a whole nother thing. It's just even if we try to get new people in, it's just another part, which is corporations bribing them and telling them, hey, this is what we want, so pass these laws.
Yeah, that's another big factor.
Because the reason why our congressmen's state representatives are so rich, because they have inside news. What's that one politician that was like, yeah, if you follow this girl on how to trade stocks, like trade it when she trades, you'll be well off. I forgot her name.
There's a lot of them. There's like
Is it Nancy Pelosi? Yeah, it's Nancy Pelosi. That's what I'm thinking of.
Insider trading, yeah.
Yeah, she has insider trading. It was just that I just follow her.
Man, that's fucking unfair shit, bro.
She's 82.
Yeah, and you know the guy like taking her place? His name is like Jeffrey something Jeffries. Hold on. New Democratic. Who is the new Hakeem Jeffries? He's gonna become the new like
How do you spell that?
head Hakeem, like Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, I see.
He's gonna become the new
House of Representative.
Yeah, for the Democrats, and that's like the successor to Nancy Pelosi. That's pretty bad. Because like the Democratic Party has infighting like hell, like right now. There's like the progressives like AOC and like Bernie Sanders. Then you have the people like the old like Republican Party that just came into the Democrats because I don't know, just really fucked. I don't know, dude. The future is looking pretty bad. Fascism is rising.
Yeah, it is.
You saw the Italy election?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, fascist. Like the person Mussolini.
Yeah.
He's like the fascist leader in Italy in like 1940s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the person who got elected, the female president of Italy right now, she is a supporter of the Mussolini ideology, and her party is in power now in Italy. And so, yeah, and then France almost had their election become a fascist government too.
So what do you do?
I don't know. It's like
this is interesting
because the people who are fascist, like they have strong motives to do things and get things done, like within their party, right? Like, see all the fucking right wingers we have that are like spouting their ideology and turning other people fascist. And then you have the opposite side where like liberals who kind of like just say it out loud but don't do anything. It's like we're letting them get away with it. It's hard because it's scary. The future is going to be scary. It's like even if we become like successful, like what about the world? What about like these like alt-right fascists that like want to do a revolution or whatever? Are we truly safe once we made it? Like once we have the money, we have a house, we have children, a wife. Have we made it then, right?
I feel like once you do have the money, the house, the children, whatever, if you do have enough funds, you're able to put yourself in a position that isn't as bad. You know what I mean?
What kind of position is that? It's like
put yourself in a country that isn't turning into shit.
Like what country would that be then?
I don't fucking know. Shit.
I don't know.
Dubai? I don't fucking know. I'm just saying
No
Dubai just
way.
for saying Dubai. I'm just saying Dubai just to say
No,
Dubai. I don't fucking know.
Dubai has modern day slavery. That is not cool.
Oh, that's true.
Uh,
Yeah, they do. They enslave Filipinos. That is true.
That is, yeah, their country is fucked. Middle East is fucked.
That is due. That is true.
Like, right now, it's like, if you don't live in like a world like Western like area, or maybe like, yeah, a Western area, like you have like less rights. Like the Western world probably has the most rights out of like the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the world doesn't have. Some of them don't have women's rights. Some of them don't have
Freedom of
LGBTQ rights.
speech. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if you're not gonna live in the United States or like Western Europe, where else are you gonna live?
See, I think that's the thing. With it being US, it's just, out in the open, while compared to like the eastern side of the world, it's more hidden. That's why more people think, oh yeah, it's better over there. Just because in the US you can see the infighting, you can see the turmoil, you can see it's very direct, of clear cut of our country and our state of it. But compared to the east side, it's just, very not there. Like the light isn't being shown of what's happening in their politics or whatnot.
Yeah,
But
and it's crazy because like we think the world has like like all these cool rights, but when you exit out of the United States, like when I went to Jordan, they told us like explicitly, oh, don't say you're an atheist because everyone there hates atheists.
Mhm.
Say you're Christian or Muslim or they don't like Jewish people there. Or say, and don't say that you're LGBTQ, and so like, or else you're gonna get like harassed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
I don't
what
know.
do we do?
I don't know. I mean, there's nowhere to hide because in Asia they're racist, and they're against women's rights.
And LGBTQ rights too.
Very homophobic as well. Yes. But I feel like in Asia, it's just very traditional. That's why they have those. It's a very traditional, prideful group of countries that love their traditions, love their history.
Yeah.
While in the Middle East, it's like too rich, too many rich motherfuckers who control everything. Europe, I think it's just politics, the same as US. While they have rights as far as like LGBTQ stuff like that, women's rights, it's just very infighting with the politics as well. Africa, I don't know. What do you hear about
They're
Africa?
unstable, super unstable in Africa right now.
Yes, I feel like that's the same for South America too. Very unstable, extremely corrupt. Yeah. Shit, Canada. What's up in Canada?
True. Oh, Canada, they have a housing market crisis right now. They have.
Economic.
They're also getting
problems.
really influenced by the United States because up there, some of the people up there, like they wave up the Confederate flag even though they live in Canada. So there's also like fascist groups forming there.
Okay, so what I've heard is that usually in a republic era, as in like if our president is Republican, it brings in more jobs for Canadians. So that's why some Canadians were for Trump, just because of what he provided, like the jobs that he provided for the Canadians.
There's also, well, everywhere has a fucking huge drug problem right now.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think if we make all drugs legal and just have what country has it where they just have a
Denmark or something?
Yeah, right. Where it's just like
they have like a facility where like
rehabilitation facility.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Like, I think restricting drug access only makes it even worse because people will then like they're not going to stop doing it.
Yeah,
they're going to find alternative sources to find it, which could be
even
a fuck ton more dangerous. Yeah, and they're going to maybe use unsterile needles to do it. So I think setting up like dedicated like support systems for these people. Like they don't have. They're under people that use drugs because they're undergoing like massive mental stress.
Yeah, I agree with that. Addiction comes from that. Addiction. I feel like addiction comes from. I don't think the person wants to become addicted. I think they're addicted because of the environment that they're in, and they're using drugs to suppress the environment, or help them cope. So I think by placing them in the right environment, they can be better.
True, and that's why I think we should like the war against drugs failed massively, and so I think we should honestly like adopt what like the European standard was. Yeah, and just like set up safe areas where we give them safe drugs to use and like
and lower the dosage and stuff like that.
Yeah, help them stop getting addicted in the first place and help them treat their mental illnesses. Like
but that's the thing. It's just the thing is it's less profitable than just making drugs illegal, and allowing cops to go around, arrest people, make more money, allow businesses, stuff like that.
But I feel like there's also that like people would stop getting arrested. But I feel like the money would not shrink, but it would we would get more money because then we would have industries creating these drugs for like safe consumption.
And then have businesses sell
cartels.
Fair enough.
Or like illegal trading.
Fair enough.
Because I think like the illegal trading biz comes from Mexico.
Yeah.
And like we're not getting that money back.
Yeah.
They're getting funneled into these drug empires in Mexico. But if we cut out the middleman, just take Mexico out the equation, we're giving people money.
Yeah.
We're giving people like safer alternative options, and we're getting the money instead of the drug cartels.
Yeah. And they're still getting their drugs, so everyone's happy.
So I think it's just all around better just to like stop it. But that's not going to happen because the United States love its military.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like people know the solution. It's just that
people don't want it because there's like a lot of stigma against mental health when people use drugs.
Yeah.
And then our whole system's fucked. Like the incarceration system is fucked.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like
100%.
Like marijuana is still illegal in some states. Yeah. That's fucked.
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
See, what's the difference between marijuana and fucking alcohol? They still both limit or debilitate your perception of the world.
And alcohol is like even like considered worse,
more dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. Than marijuana. So
who knows? Who knows what to do?
Man, we live in a confusing world.
Are you having like a midlife fucking crisis, or just like shit? Man,
no, it's just
what a predicament we got ourselves into.
It's just the world we live in, right? Like, you either can get educated on like how the world works, or you can like remain ignorant and like think the world is running on rainbows and
sunshine and stuff like that.
Sunshine, but when you're just covering your eyes to the big problems that are that will eventually affect us. And so I'd rather be prepared. Like,
see, but to be prepared, you have to have money. How the world works, how the system was set up.
Capitalism, baby.
To be well off, to be well off and to be in a state where you're safe, you have to have money. State of trade, be able to trade money.
Man,
love it.
And I just hate it because like the people here are just like, oh, socialist, that means communism.
Yeah.
And it definitely just means like better like healthcare for all, better education. And that's one of the big things. Our education system fucking sucks.
Oh yeah, 100% it does suck.
Bro, and it's even getting worse because all the teachers are leaving because they don't get paid shit.
Funny. It's so funny.
So what do you think? Unqualified people to teach.
Yeah, and I mean overall, not gonna lie, the system that has been built up doesn't teach students what it needs to teach. I think it teaches students how to cheat, how to, you know, um, how to find flaws in the system and how to abuse it.
Yeah, they need to make it more holistic, like make it
Yeah.
more like people like life skills that they should prepare people for, and
I mean,
not
look,
teach.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I feel like you also agree. I feel like the educational system is a direct pump into the working class. It's a direct pump. Is it not?
It is, but like it doesn't prepare people to be like educated citizens, I guess. That's what college is for. It's like making you more like well-rounded as a person through all those
See,
classes.
no,
But
that's the thing. I don't think so either. I think it's the same shit.
you think so?
I think so. Just because, like, what? I feel like the classes you're taking in college, while yes, you're exposed to all different kinds of people, the different kinds of philosophies and ideologies, it's still you who chooses to listen to what philosophies and what ideologies. And plus, the classes you're taking, it still comes from high school. Well, like physics, stuff, all that. It's really up to the student if he wants to take a course that teaches them about politics, and it's up to the students to go to organizations, to go to clubs, to learn about it, or to even
That is
like,
true.
It
is a component for like students need to have like their own initiative to do it.
Yeah.
But I feel like college is the place where people become more enlightened than their high school selves, though.
Oh yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that is the place where like the most change can happen to a person.
Yeah, but that's the thing too. I feel like if we set up the younger generation, the youth, to have
and
that,
like
it'll be better.
yeah, that's what like I want.
See, no,
Like,
but that's the
and
thing though. Like, do you want it just like college? Where
I think there should be like courses that like aren't just the sciences or just like these classes that you just breeze like not learn
Oh, did you
anything
know?
or
Did you know
irrelevant.
that they have digital art classes now? Like they're teaching students digital
Art.
skills. Yeah, digital art
That is
skills.
that's pretty good because we live in a
Yeah,
digital world.
in like middle school, they're taking
But
Photoshop classes and stuff like that already.
yeah, like those classes are like nowhere in high school, which is kind of
Yeah.
crazy. But I just wish that they had more like classes that people would take instead of taking your standard like chemistry, biology, like
Mhm.
pre-AP classes or
Mhm.
whatever. They gave us like
Why do you think that they teach that to us?
I think they teach it to us so we wouldn't turn into like anti-vaxxers. We would have like some kind of like at least basic knowledge of like how the world works.
Mhm.
But they do a really poor job at it. And I think
I mean,
what
there's
they
still
need.
anti-vaxxers and stuff like that. Hold on, I need to pee. You can keep talking. I can hear you. They can hear you. But yeah, I'm gonna be
Okay.
right back.
Okay. So like I think what we need is like dedicated courses to teach like middle schoolers and high school students how to read scientific literature, how to, differentiate between like actual real like credible news sources versus like, n- news sources that rely on your emotion or like Fox News and like unbased evidence. So I think to like because a lot of people don't go into college. And so you either have people that go into college or people who like finish high school or go into trade school and get a job straight out. And so a lot of the problems stem from people not like understanding like the different systems that we have in the United States. And like there's the whole argument with like people don't know how to read scientific literature and that's why they're susceptible to misinformation like anti-vaccine,
Flat
like
Earth.
climate change is false and flat earth.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to like incubate like the idea like this is scientific literature, this is how this is good, this is an actual like credible journal article from like I don't know, this news source, like this is like, true and all that. This is how you find out it's true. They don't teach that to you in high school and I feel like people are missing out on a lot of things which make them less educated and
See, no, okay, I like that. You know, actually going out and finding your own truth and finding the truth for yourself, right? Researching and stuff like that. But I think with how society is being raised nowadays, like with people having attention span, very, very short attention span, that they wouldn't even bother. They can't bother themselves to look up the correct information of, or even to validate other people's opinions, you know?
that's
I think
true.
they're making themselves ignorant by just having, you know, just not taking that first step of researching or doing their own forms. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm also ignorant just because of how I just honestly am lazy to research more on the government and each person that is controlling the government, you know?
And it's also like a person doesn't become like a flat earther overnight, right?
Yeah.
So they all everyone who's a flat earther once believed that the Earth was round.
Yeah.
Then they get like exposed to like this one, I guess, finally
1%.
exposed to like one like view that they like, maybe that's false, but like I should do more research to prove that it's false. And then like
Yeah.
they go into a rabbit hole, and sometimes most of the time they'll say like, yeah, there's evidence that's round, but sometimes there's the chance that they don't find that evidence. They continue
Yeah.
down like the YouTube rabbit hole of flat Earth. They
Yeah.
say, oh, these videos, they they speak to what the other
proven.
guy says, and like
Yeah.
it sounds sense to me,
Yeah.
and so it has to be true. But like they're not doing actual research, right? They're not doing like credible research, and I feel like part of that is because they don't know how to in the first place.
That's fair. They wouldn't. Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't even know where to start. And no, see, but that's the thing. I feel like taking AP literature, we had to do.
Yeah, that was like a really good class that like taught me
Yeah.
like this is how you find like actual like good research
Yeah.
articles and like write it.
Yeah.
And that like really helped me out. But people like that's an
didn't.
AP course that
That's fair.
people
That's
like
fair.
only
we
like
took it. That's fair. We
only
yeah.
like the 5% of students in a high school. That
That's
course is
fair.
not even offered in all high schools, right?
That's fair. That's
and
fair.
even in the high schools that do offer that, only like 5 to 10% of the students, not even 10%, 5%
Take it.
take it.
Yeah.
And
that's
so
fair.
you're having overwhelmingly a majority that do not get exposed in high school at all.
Yeah.
And then
that's fair.
This is to top it off that our high school that we went to had bomb ass teachers. Like
Yeah,
the teachers
they
there
absolutely did.
really good.
Yes.
But that's because we live in like a decent
high
sized
middle
city.
yeah middle
Yeah,
middle
middle class
class,
city.
upper middle class.
Yeah, the quality of life is pretty good.
Mhm.
But like if you go to like Mississippi in the rural areas, we're in the middle of
Fucking
nowhere. Yeah, and like you're not gonna get the cream of the crop teachers there. You're gonna have the bumfuck neighbor who spouts anti-vax shit every day.
Yeah.
So our education system is like failing people because there's not quality teachers there. And so I'm like, well, we need to fix that, or else we're gonna have more fascist people, more anti-vaxxers, more flat earthers,
Mhm.
and we give them a platform. More people are more exposed to their ideologies, which converts more people. Like we can't like
we can't work as
entertain
together
that.
as a
Yeah.
society. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I feel like your end goal would be what? To educate everybody, have everyone educated, and then just come together as society. Break down those barriers of sex, race, age and all of that. Break those down and just actually just work together and improve the world that we live in, rather than try to fight each other to get on top. Because I feel like once we educate, because once we educate people, once they become educated, they start figuring things out themselves, and then it's just a matter of time where geniuses are born and they help people connect with each other, or leaders are born. I don't know. See, that's the thing though. It's just like so many different people around the world. It's just like they are okay with mundane situations. They're okay with this, Now, do you think it could that be because of ignorance, where they don't know better? Where if you think that they did find out of what's really happening, It's just they will change. So but here's another point as well. It's just I don't think people will change unless they experience it for themselves. If they're directly affected, I think that's when people have I've have something to say, because if they haven't been affected or they don't know what's going on, actually fuck it, even if they know what's going on, if they haven't been directly affected, it doesn't really matter, because that's the same shit for school shootings, right? Like most people shrug it off because it happens so often that I feel like once it does happen to you personally, that's when you're like, okay, yeah, this shit's not right. It's okay until until it's done to you,
Yeah, and it's hard like convincing people that this matters. Like this is not like a their problem, but a us problem.
Yeah.
And it's just like hard to get that through to some people. Like
they're selfish. Shit is,
Yeah. Like think about this. Like how many people like you knew like supported like Ukraine against Russia like immediately off the bat when Russia invaded and like Ukraine needed to call for help. Like almost everyone like was on Ukraine's side and like they were like, yeah, you go Ukraine, we'll support you like no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Now, what about climate change? Like all the events that in climate change are like invisible.
Yeah.
Like we don't see them as like climate change, and it's a slow burn type of problem, and people forget too quickly.
Yeah.
And so we don't. It's just our monkey brains are just not adapted for these long-term problems.
I mean, like what?
Plaguing our society.
Yeah, the scientists who are into climate change are trying to change the system. It's just that their voice is getting cut off, I think, and it probably is.
Yeah, it's not also like a climate change problem, but it's like
oh my goodness,
our education problem.
I forgot to do an assignment. Oh well.
Our education system suffers from that same invisibility. Like people are not exposed to the issue because they're not, as you said, you're not like experiencing it themselves. If we had a teacher, in our high school that was like super anti-vax and like all that shit, he would get canceled immediately.
100% he would.
But like people in Mississippi, they don't got a choice whether he teach like that fucking bum ass teacher teaches.
Yeah.
There's no one else. And so, but we don't like most people don't know that, and we live in the like a blissful like world where like, oh, everyone must have the same education as us because why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And so,
see, now I don't know. Do you think what is my view on sending my kids to a third world country, the Philippines, a bad thing? Because I'm sure I've said it once. I've said it. I feel like I've said it multiple times in this group chat that I've told y'all, like, when I have kids, I'll probably send them to the Philippines, so that they'll learn what poverty is, what it feels like, how to, because for one to be a good person, one has to know the lows in life, like what it means to be poor, what it means to be hungry at night, like you can't relate to it unless you've experienced it, right? You can't humble yourself once unless you know what the being at the bottom feels like, right? So is that like something that is so absurd to do to one's kids?
Well,
send them off.
I feel like you don't even need to send them off to the Philippines. You could just drive them down to third ward Houston, and you could see that for themselves, really, on a daily basis here in Houston. And so it's everywhere. And I feel like educating your kids from a young age, like, you're privileged and like, other people don't have this chance. It's very important for them, or else you get bumfucks like Elon Musk who like do shit on a whim and don't really care about the people that are suffering, really.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, and it's just like education starts from a young age. Like how you like your first impressions on your kids, that will like affect them for the rest of their lives. And
yes,
so
it will.
Doing that from a young age, giving them positive reinforcement and like giving them the values of like how to be a good person. And that's like, I feel like every kid needs that, but unfortunately, not all parents are like that, right?
Yes. some kids were raised ignorant by ignorant parents.
Which is a shame, really.
Yeah. You know what else it could be too? I think it's just these social media too. I think it keeps people being a rat hive, mind hive.
Mind
You
hive.
know? Yeah. I think with what social media has done, with allowing information to be passed on very quickly in a short amount of time, has made people into what they are, where they seek things at face value and nothing more, as well as keep them ignorant.
I think the process of news coming to like everywhere quickly is a good thing. Like, I think that's a good thing that like technology has brung. Like, we have like the news from Ukraine in an instant. Like, when it started, we knew it from the main like hour that it came in. Like, the Biden administration was like, just send it to them. See this for yourselves. Like, that's a good thing because like, we don't like Russia like invading Ukraine. There has been situations where that has been a positive, but also there are also other negatives with that where like I feel like the problem is that media spins the narrative in a way that influences you subconsciously to like think about certain topics and like
Okay, yeah, see, I was gonna say about that too. I feel like the principles and the ideals that you believe is being pushed on and reinforced to you every single time you hop on social media, because that's how they make money and that's how they keep you on. Especially with TikTok and Twitter, if you show your certain views and values and morals to those sites, to those social medias, they will continue pushing those ideas to you, and then you'll get reinforced and stay in that bubble. Say for what, like you're a Republican. Is Fox News Republican? Yeah, right? Yeah, right. So if you're a Republican and you show that you're just going to be fed Fox News, right? And nothing on the other side. And that's what like keeps you staying. So
yeah, it's like a echo chamber. It's just hard to do. It's hard to like regulate that because like how are you gonna regulate like?
So do you think people should just naturally just try to become unbiased creatures?
That is impossible. People will never be unbiased creatures. People, that isn't human nature thing. And people are biased to one scenario or the other. And people, that's their ape mind working, right? And, it's like us versus them mentality. It's that'll never change. And so, but I think education can like soften that blow. If you educate someone like to, instead of like reinforcing your views with like existing like things that agree with you, look at the other side and see what they're saying, and see if what they're saying is true or false. And if it's true, how can you reconcile your existing beliefs with theirs, right? If it's false, then fuck the other side because they're expounding false information. Like anti-vax, you don't obviously false, but if it's like it's just hard because if I feel like part of the process of becoming more educated is getting exposed to other viewpoint and seeing how you can reconcile your views. What arguments can you make? And to see if are you actually believing in your views or have they been pushed on you? And you're just saying it because like there's nothing else to say, right?
Yeah.
So I think you need to become more educated in like seeing the other side and counter arguing and supporting what you believe with like facts and evidence and like your arguments essentially. Otherwise we'd have people who just like say like fuck Biden, right?
Yeah.
And like there's like a billion other factors to it. Man, this is gonna be a good podcast episode if we ever publish it.
Don't worry, I'll probably publish it on my own channel.
Okay.
I just came up with the fucking title and thumbnail too. How to save the world.
How to save the world. Big issues, Big issues.
I don't know. I mean, so like, what do you think? Other the wrong side should have a view, or should it just be silenced?
Well, I think it's hard to say really because the opposite side, if it's misinformation that we're talking about, like anti-vax, they should not be like
Have a voice.
they should not have a platform at all.
Yeah.
And in fact, people who are anti-vaxxers, you can't convince them with like
Facts and reasoning.
conventional facts and reasoning and arguments because they've
Their-
been trained
their
to like listen
beliefs-
for that, right?
No,
and
yeah.
say like, oh, they're like, that's what everyone else says, that's why I don't believe you.
Yeah, I think their beliefs are based on feeling, emotions, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so it's almost impossible to convince them otherwise unless they're like a special type of person who can see beyond themselves and like beyond the situation. Open-minded person.
Yeah.
And like unless they're that type of person where you then can maybe convince them otherwise and see them, help them to the other side.
Yeah.
And that's a rare person, but like the other people who are just like baselessly doing this, they're not going to be convinced by any arguments because they don't have arguments to
Yeah.
back up. It's that us versus them mentality that they're using, and so it'll be impossible to like convince them otherwise. And I think they should be deplatformed. And honestly, it's a failure of our education system to like
Allow
teach them.
Yeah. See, the thing is too, it's just like I feel like people have been trying to deplatform, and their main fight against that is, look, they're trying to silence us. We're right. That means we're right. You've heard that argument, I'm sure. Where like, oh my goodness, we have to be right if we're trying to get silence, because why else would they try to silence our voice?
Government conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just stupid. Some people just don't want to see the facts, and they'll always be stuck like that, and it's an unfortunate thing for anyone.
Yeah.
Because like, even though they're stupid and false and wrong, I don't want them to die because of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, them dying because like they didn't take a vaccine is sad, and like I
Yeah.
pity them because they're too stupid to look beyond their own viewpoint and like see that. And so I don't want people to die for the sake of my beliefs. I want people to change, and if we could change people, maybe we could change others, and like say like these people were once anti-vaxxers. You could see what they say.
Yeah.
But it'll be hard.
I mean, there's a lot of work into that, and I don't know.
Yeah, and it's only spreading.
Who fucking knows? Ignorance is only spreading. Yeah.
Like anti-vax shit has become a global thing now.
Yeah.
It was only like in the United States and with like all that, then the Republican Party. Now it's global, and so.
Yep.
It's gonna be scary because you have like big names like that one Wakanda actress, and then you have who's the basketball player that didn't vax? Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
You have all these like idols like people look up to, and that's a dangerous thing. Like power is, we shouldn't give these people power.
Yeah.
So it all goes back into like power, really. Like who has the influence and power to like change the world? Because we definitely don't. Like, what can we do? Like, us as individuals, me and you, Jovic, can't do anything.
Yeah, that's fair. Unless we obtain that power.
Unless we attain power. Yeah. And people don't give power up easily.
See, yeah, no, and that's the thing too. It's just like, what? Once we obtain it, how will we know that our ideals, our same mindset will stay the same? Because I feel like once you get higher into the power systems like it's fucking anime, but into it, I feel like your way of thinking will be changed, most definitely.
I don't think your way of thinking changes. I think the world around you forces you to change, and like it makes you want. You'll have those beliefs coming in, like once you have like that power, like immediately, like once you have that power, you're like, oh, now I could do the good in the world.
Yeah.
But that good is almost impossible to work in because of the system that the world has built around us to exist with.
Yeah.
and like that pre-existing infrastructure of like the power system, like you have to work within that, and if you don't, you'll get canceled. You'll get, you'll lose your power, and it's and so the only way to like preserve that sometimes is to like bend to existing infrastructure and power, like people say like if you support this, we're not going to fund you, we're going to like destroy your business or whatever. And so you'll have to conform, and sometimes conforming that warps their view,
their mindset and their views.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
seems like it always does.
Yeah. The only thing that can happen is
a strong-willed individual who rises up to fame.
Yeah, we married Bill Gates' daughter.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Bill Gates is one of the few billionaires that does good.
He does a lot of philanthropy. Yeah. I'll give him that. But like, I still don't think there should be billionaires to exist with. That money could be better spent elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But then also our government is not going to be using that money correctly. So they'll just be funneling it into the military. And, no healthcare for everyone. No, our education system will continue being shit. Our drug program, it's going to be fucked. Everything is like, I don't know. It's a hard world we live in.
Yep. The billionaires win. They just win.
Yeah.
Because who else? Who else but them?
Man, if only there was a way. If there was a vigilante out there.
Like fucking Batman?
Please.
Talking about like Batman?
Yeah,
or like
this
Superman.
This world needs a savior.
Okay, do you think the savior should save everybody or teach everybody how to save themselves?
Well, I was speaking like figuratively, but
no, but like think about it. Like, what if someone made it to the other side, right?
Other side,
as in like they're free, like they've what's it called?
They got the system under their thumb, and like they got the power.
Yeah, like they have the power and they're not corrupt, right? Like, is it his duty to teach everybody or his duty to try to convert everybody? Well, I guess him teaching is converting people. But you know what I mean, like directly convert.
I feel like a person like that, their beliefs would be already shared among like
others
people. Yeah.
That's fair. How else would he have gotten into power without that's fair, without the help of it. Yeah. I can see that.
So he'll already have a backing, and his job will be then to like just like help everyone out, right?
Yeah.
Like change the government, change how like change these companies, change how like the system works, like make it a better place for everyone. That's ultimately what we're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a good place to live and for the future of the world and all that. That's the end goal. That's the end game.
You know what's really funny though? I feel like, especially in college too, I see it a lot. College is a lot of self-evaluation and self-growth, I think, is what people see. And it's not really a do things together wise. Well, yes, we push for networking and push for group thinking. I think a lot of people are there to more or less find themselves, or more or less try to set themselves up for a better future by themselves, for themselves, rather than let me become successful, not to better myself, but to better the world around me.
Hard, yeah.
But I guess it's just, I don't know. It's a dog eat dog world out there.
Man.
See, I feel like the thing is like change that we're trying to seek right now, Parlo.
It's gonna be like
it's a direct opposite to how humans are naturally built up to be, or physical, psychologically are. Because we're naturally selfish. We only naturally care about ourselves, unless it's our close friends or close family members.
Well, I don't want to say we're naturally selfish. I think we have a
You don't think
disposition
so?
to.
You don't think so?
I think.
I think naturally we look.
I don't.
We care about ourselves.
I think we care a lot about ourselves, a lot more than other people. I will say that, but I don't think people are. There are people with good wills out there, like people.
Oh yeah.
People
Good morals,
talking
goodwill,
about the human
yes.
race as like a homogenous group of selfish idiots
That's fair.
is,
Okay.
I think, false. I think
Okay.
there are a lot of selfish people, but there are also a lot of people that do want to help others, and and sometimes it's hard to do that. And people who want to help others don't get the spotlight they receive, and because a lot of the media is only about like people who made it, like people who are rich, people like who've done that, and like a lot of the time those people are selfish, and the media doesn't really cover like all the humanitarian aid that goes on in the war, in the Ukrainian war, about the people who just volunteered to like help people out, or like people who help people in starving countries for free out of their own goodness of their hearts. And
So what do you think about Mr. Beast then? I feel like he's the only celebrity and figure that, time and time again gives back. Or do you think Mr. Beast is just a part of it where, it's part of the system where he just generates wealth for himself, or well, not only for himself, but
Well, I think he's a multifaceted person. I think there is a facet to him where it's like, yeah, he wants to do good in the world, and that's why he's doing these videos where he's, helping the trees, or he's, he's not very educated on how to do the good. I'll say that. Um, but he is trying his best to do good. So, like in his own way, of course. Like,
yeah.
If he wanted to truly do good, there could be other ways to do so, but probably not make as much views as he would right now.
Yeah.
But in his own way, at least he's like, like showing it out there. Like this stuff, matters. Like the trees, we need trees. So like get that out there. He's an influencer, and people who influence should do what's best and influence for the good, at least.
Yeah.
And so even though, and I know no one faults him. Like he takes these videos. He makes millions of views, and like that is really good. Like the more money he has, the more money he can do good, right?
Yeah,
and
that's
so
fair. Yeah.
And so he should keep doing that. Like he earned that too. So you can't say that he should stop because he's not. He's like, oh, an influencer, and he might just be doing it for the money. But at the same time, sometimes he might influence that one viewer to become, super interested in the environment and help the environment out. And so
I'm sure
you can't discount. You can't discount the work he has done. And so, I think he's a good example of a good role model.
What people should become at least.
Yeah, and of course, like there are places where he can improve. Like I think in these trees, he said he was going to plant one tree or something for every like X amount of money.
Yeah.
I
don't know if you saw, but his most recent, I don't know if it's most recent, but it's like where he gave a private jet to a YouTuber, but that YouTuber has to give it to someone else. But at the end of the video, he was like, the amount of fossil fuels or emission this plane makes, we will plant 10 times as many trees. So we'll combat our own,
Yeah, like so he's self-aware, and that's like, even though like the private jet thing is kind of stupid, right?
Yeah.
And at the very least he owned up to it, which is like, I guess, kind of okay.
It's for the views.
Yeah, not like getting canceled about the jet stuff too. So there are stuff he can improve on. Yeah, he's not like the greatest example.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie though, but I feel like he's the best example just because. Well, yes, there are other, influencer out there, content creators who are out there. I don't know if they make enough effort to be good and to show good. I think
what Mr. Beast needs to do more is like to showcase like the experts of like, you could say like all these things, like, oh, we need to support trees, but another thing is like maybe have someone on the like a climate expert on like on one of the videos and like do something cool with that, right?
Mm,
And
that's
so
fair.
there's more there's more things he can do. Like he hasn't reached the full potential of like reaching the best like optimal thing he can do for the world or whatnot, but at least he's made an effort to like
Yeah. Because I feel
do
like
things.
what most content creators are doing and have been doing is just mostly charities. Oh, and it's good. And they are donating. It's for a better cause. I don't know. I think it's just redirecting the money and not really teaching people how to feel good, how to be good, I guess.
Well, yeah,
What do you think
it's
about
hard.
that? What do you think about that? Those charity streams or charity videos and stuff like that. Like all the proceeds from this video, all the proceeds from this stream goes to a charity.
Well,
Because I mean, yes, it's doing good. I think it's just like it's very basic good, and yes, it's a great opportunity. I don't know, because I feel like that's different than, or is it different than what Mr. Beast did with the plant the trees movement?
I'd say that the charity streams, I'd say they are, well, they're inherently good because they're doing something to help, do
Certain
like
groups of people.
like help good with like the world, like
Yeah.
like through donating money, like that's inherently good.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the way they go about it, or like they I, I don't know. It's just
Because I understand the
it's
teaching with
hard.
Mr. Beast, right? Like he himself made I don't know if he made a charity, but he got a whole movement to plant more trees and to be self-aware of the environment, right? I understand charity streams where, say, the very most popular one, kids don't go hungry, something like that, right? Where plenty of streamers have done it. It's an awareness to feed the the starving children of the world, and it's get them giving the money, and it raises money for charity.
Well, I think this is one of the prime examples of like people with power. Well, these influencers, they have power over like they're like role models to these viewers, right?
Yeah.
Like people who watch them, like they watch them for a reason, whether they're funny or like are hot. Like they're using their influence, their power to do something good, and that's something like not a lot of people do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's inherently good that what they're doing, but at the same time, I could see where you're going from. Like they're using that power to like rake in the money, like sending $10 for people like kids who are hungry, but like most of the time
it doesn't teach like it doesn't activate.
It doesn't teach the people to like continue donating money
exactly
and like
learn
the lessons from that,
properly influence them. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to go at.
And so it's not an efficient system where we can like expect like people to continue donating money, but for the short term at least, it's it's
positive.
Good. It's inherently good.
Yeah, it's positive because
even though like we shouldn't have these charities in the first place because the government should fund all this and
help them.
In our imperfect system, this is a inherently good thing that even though it can be like hopefully improved on in however way that works, it's like it'll be hard because people don't want to spend money, of course. And so these influencers use their influence to make people care about
money.
this,
yeah,
and like spend it at least for them, like in that moment where they are doing it, at least make them spend some to help. Because if they weren't having these charity streams in the first place, they wouldn't even spend that money in the first place to help those kids.
Yeah.
And so at least these charities are like,
awareness.
Yeah.
Giving awareness.
So,
that's fair.
I don't think charities are a bad thing if they're done right, but there are definitely more effective ways to like
push the narrative. Yeah. I don't know. It's just the whole thing about it. It's just like people need to open their eyes, and not even that. Even if they're open, they have to take that first step of wanting to improve it. Because I feel like so many people eyes are open, but they just feel useless. Like they don't know where to start. Like shit. What about us two? Where should we start in bettering our community, in bettering our, our government? And people say it all the time. The first step should not, you shouldn't even try to change the country. Start first in your local governments, right? And, do we participate in that? Probably not. I personally don't participate in our local government, right? It's just, some people just fail, or not even fail, don't even try in trying to take that first step, just because they feel so hopeless, because they think the world is so large, so big. But yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Because I think that's the main thing. It's just, yes, we're aware. Now what? What the fuck do we do? Like, what can we do? What is there to do? Right?
We
So.
vote. Man, fuck all the people who don't vote.
That's the thing of goats vote. Your vote matters.
Go vote. Yeah.
Your vote matters.
I hate all the people who say, like, your vote doesn't, we can't change anything, so why vote? Like, dude, just, spend, like, take 10 minutes out of your time, or 15, 20 minutes, just casting the ballot, you're done. And, even if you don't get it.
See, that's the thing, too. I'm gonna be honest with you, Paulo. I hate doing that, because I feel like that's the same shit.
Everyone hates voting.
No. Not even voting. Just, what's it called? Voting blindly. I hate voting blindly as much as not voting. Not gonna lie. Because, yes, your vote counts. But if you're uneducated, what does it count for? Right?
That's true.
You can vote blindly, but it still comes down to, like, do you know what you're voting for? And I guess the first step isn't to vote. I guess the first step is to educate yourself on what views do you align with, and then you start voting. Because an uneducated vote or uneducated person is just as harmful as a person that goes for the wrong, or spouse the wrong things out.
Yeah, that's the hard part. It's getting people wanting to know more, and people to educate them, like,
themselves
on
about
policies, and, like, people just don't really care about the government or, like, what they do.
Yeah.
And so, like, people barely know any of the policies that come out and, like, their implications.
Yeah.
And so, like, me personally, I keep up to date with all that through NPR podcasts. Yeah. And so, try to get educated. Shouting out to all the viewers out there for this podcast.
Easier said than done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, do you listen to any podcasts?
No, I don't. Personally, I don't. I mostly just listen to financial books, to be honest. That's what I listen to.
You should start listening to NPR. NPR, like, let me see what it's actually called, but, like, they're, like, unbiased. They give you the news, like, really fast in only, like, 12 minutes. And it's, like, every day they release one, like, in 6 a.m. or something. It's called Up First NPR. And, like, I listen to this every single day, so I know, like, what's happening around the world, and, like, what things I should, like, if I'm interested in something, like, really interested, I do more research. And this is, like, a really good way to, like, get topics for podcasts like ours.
Hey guys, what's up, everybody?
What y'all doing in here?
We are having a podcast.
Oh, you're recording?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm streaming.
Streaming.
But
is anyone watching right now? Do I have to be careful about what I say?
I mean, I doubt you're gonna say anything fucking outlandish. I don't know. Up to you. I mean,
Kanye West has been an inspiration lately,
that was a topic. That was a topic
that was a topic. And
actually,
of course. Why wouldn't it be a topic?
I don't know. I don't know what y'all are. There's a lot of things y'all could be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we hit a lot of different things. I mean, shit. Yeah. Do you listen to Kanye West, Adrian?
No, but I hear about all the shit he gets up to.
That's fair. And then, like, what? How do you think the world should deal with that? Should we silence him? Should we just not pay attention? Should we?
Well, the guy's clearly mentally ill.
Mhm.
Like, and from what I've read, he seems to refuse
To
any
seek
professional help.
Mhm.
Yeah, he refuses professional help. So anyone else that wants to like spew anti-Semitic, racist, ignorant stuff, like they don't get a platform, so that's shitty.
Mm, fair
Yeah.
enough. And then, so I mean, Paulo asked me this question. You know, his music, while inherently not anti-Semitic and not pushing those things, it directly, is a pipeline to Kanye West and will lead more people into that kind of atmosphere and sphere,
It
So
mainstreams him.
it mainstreams him. So should his music be taken off?
His music, no, I don't think so,
You don't
because
think so?
there's an artist and there's his works.
That's what I'm
And-
saying.
Okay,
Like,
but like,
what's
I'm
important? What's
saying.
important?
okay, I'll let him finish.
What's important is that, like, if someone is going to, I'll rephrase, you shouldn't just promote his music. You probably shouldn't promote his music at all. But if someone is going to listen and enjoy this person's music, they should be aware of, like, Kanye West's beliefs. They should be aware of that so that they can make their own judgments about, like, well, this guy is a shitty person. I don't want to support him, or this guy's a shitty person, but I like his music, but I don't support his beliefs.
Yeah,
And
right.
like, you can enjoy someone's work without supporting them.
As
Like,
a yeah,
But-
just
okay.
fucking pirate it or something.
Yeah, but like most people will not pirate. Like I'll say, like the majority of people will just use Spotify or Apple Music to listen to his music.
YouTube.
Okay, or YouTube. So and every click matters, right? And so each like if his new album that comes out and there's a fire song, people listen to it, gives him revenue. You're essentially giving him more mainstream, more power, right? And so is that a good thing? I'm not saying you should not listen to Kanye West, but I'm asking, is that a good thing to continue listening to someone who has been, like has a
Yeah,
pattern
that's-
of anti-Semitism and Nazi, like, support?
That's a valid point. Yeah. That by consuming
His work.
his work, yeah, you are directly supporting the person, the artist. I mean,
So let's say if you listen to Kanye, right? And like, so you would continue listening to his music. That's what you would say.
no, not exactly. It's ideally the best thing to do, or no, the ideal situation is that, like, everyone knows and everyone says over and over again, so that everyone knows, hey, this guy's a piece of shit, right? Everyone knows that, and um, that would discourage anyone who would potentially listen to his music from doing it in ways that would support the artist. Now, realistically, that's not realistic in reality. Um, which, yeah, that makes it a bit tougher.
And so, like, if we continue
Like,
giving him a platform, right? You say we're in favor of deplatforming him, and like I'm in favor of that too. But would mainstreaming his music, like giving his music a platform, lead to other people, like wanting to excuse his actions as even though like excuse his actions, there's already people who are saying like, oh, he might be right. Like people like support like dick riding him really hard. So what do you think about like that whole entire situation with like people having his music as a gateway for people to dick ride him and like as an excuse?
the thing with, like, I guess, deplatforming Kanye is that you're deplatforming him because what he is saying is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's indisputable. But the issue comes with who decides what's quote unquote wrong, what's right and wrong. What's better, or well, again, the ideal but not realistic cases, you just that people know well enough that they hear that you don't need to censor him, that people will know this guy's just spouting bullshit.
That's funny because that also leads into another topic that we had, which was our education system, which we won't get into. But I mean, I honestly, I think he's right. Where it's just yes, he's there, but we as a society need to choose to not listen to him and not, while he does have the platform, everyone should just turn around and give him the blind eye, cold shoulder, whatever it may be, and not show him any what's it called, any interest into his sayings, right? But
yeah, which makes it, which is why it's kind of difficult because that's not a realistic expectation for people.
Yeah. And is it what? Do you think people are just uneducated in the way that, like, shit, if my favorite person says it's true or, has a liking to this, like, I should too.
People do that. People, like, Kanye is a role model for, like, a lot of people. And so, naturally, if he is saying all this stuff, there will be people that are, like, even though they're a minority of, like, his fans, that, will be inclined to receive these opinions that he shares as well. So that's why, like, that's the case, like, that's why everyone here agrees that he should be deplatformed. Like, he should not be saying all this shit so people won't be furthermore affected. But the damage he has already done is irreversible. Like, all his views are out there.
Yeah, I agree. But, it's just teaching people, getting people to do that research and research that they won't do themselves. But, then again, do they even know how to do proper research? It's just, one thing leads to another.
And another thing you run into with, like, if you are gonna deplatform Kanye, is that you might put into people's heads
we're right
that
because he got deplatformed.
Sorry?
Are you saying that if he does get deplatformed, people are gonna say, "Oh my God, he was saying the right things"? People hate.
Something
hiding
like
the
that,
truth.
where it's like
they're silencing our voice.
Why are they silencing him? Are they worried that what he's saying is right? Something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
There's a lot of grifters out there who made their popularity by claiming that they are being oppressed and silenced, even though when they have a bunch of subscribers and viewers on YouTube. I'm not going to say their names, but you can guess who they are.
Yeah, you don't want to make them. I don't want to say exactly a martyr, not like because of the connotations of a martyr, but that is kind of the idea of, like, you like making this subset of people feel like they're being persecuted and, like, drawing parallels to actual persecutions.
I agree. But
then
like,
there's the trade-off, right? Would you want to remain in that toxic environment of, like, Kanye being allowed to have his platform still there, or do you want him to be deplatformed and maybe become a martyr, like what you said? So that is a question, but I think ultimately he should be, like, deplatformed. Like, what he said is, like, not cool in a in a in a simplified manner. It is not cool.
Who knows?
It is kind of depressing that people would actually still support this guy after everything.
Yeah, and that's, like, the power of, like, influence, like, that he has, which is an unfortunate reality that we live in, with like
Yeah.
people who are influential being able to influence those below them.
So but that's the thing too. I feel like what you said before, Paulo, the real influential people are the people we don't even know about. Or the people, pulling the strings on government, pulling the strings on the countries or whatever it may be, politics and stuff like that, right? And
yeah, those people are influential, but like you can't I guess refute like the people up like in the social media space and the people who are in the spotlight as well, because those people like Kanye have influence, and influence is a
it's
dangerous
still
thing.
influence. Yeah, that's fair. Who knows? I don't know. What else? You guys have anything else? I think Paulo's pooped out with with everything.
The
Yeah, we
last
talked
thing
for like 2 hours.
the last thing
Go ahead.
that I will say about it is that Kanye is more a symptom. I don't know if that's the right word, but he's the result of a system that has flaws, like that fails to be able to address this person's medical illness, that maybe for whatever reason that he is led to believe that he does not want or need um, professional help. And so anything that addresses Kanye specifically, yeah, you're addressing a symptom of a flawed system, not like the foundational, like why is this guy the way he is, which is like, first educating people about how Nazis are shit. You would think
Yeah.
that doesn't need to be, that should be a given, but if we have people who are genuinely like, hey, maybe that Hitler guy had a point, that's a failure of education, and also a
Yeah.
failure of medical or of um, mental health um, care, mental
We
health
ta-
care.
oh man, we
That
talked a lot about that.
We
yeah,
did talk a lot about
like
that.
so that's and anything you do with Kanye, specifically deplatforming him, not giving him um, a soapbox to preach on, that's kind of missing the point in my view, because he is just the result of a flawed system.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah, we
system
talked a
we
lot
have.
about how the education system is shit, the medical system is shit, and the world is on fire.
Yep.
The world is on fire, and we're burning along with it, baby.
That's funny. Funny.
And I think our next topic after Kanye with me and Jovic was the declining sperm counts. Did you see that, Adrian?
I did not. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any one specific thing you're referring to, but I have been seeing occasionally like an article about how, what is it, microplastics
Yeah.
Yep, that's
that are one
exactly
of the
it.
causes.
That is exactly yeah.
And so like global sperm counts are declining at an unprecedented rate, and there are some that attribute it to microplastics. And so we are living in we might be living in a human-free world in the next 1,000 years or so, if
It's
that continues.
it's kind of fitting in a weird way, isn't it? That like because of the growth of the human population, or well, maybe not exact, but like growth in human consumption. That's what I mean to say. Uh, that growth in human consumption is what is playing into um, an ultimate downturn in
Demise.
human reproduction.
That
More
is
people wanting more things is causing less people.
that's ironic in the greatest way possible.
More
It's
people
it's
wanting
almost
more things.
like it's self-correcting, which would be funny.
Poetic.
Very
Man.
poetic.
But the human race will find a way to like go. There's IVF, so uh, they'll they'll make test tube babies at an unprecedented rate if this continues to happen,
We love
and that has
test
its
tube
own
babies.
that's its own problem too.
That's
So,
if they choose to do it though.
What?
I only
Everzon?
trust.
You
Hmm?
said something,
Say
Everzon?
that
You
again,
cut off.
Everzon?
Yeah,
That's if they actually choose to go with it though. Because when you see like other environmental problems, like climate change, we haven't really seen a lot of action against it.
yeah,
We talked
yeah.
about that as well.
Yeah, I only trust that people with wealth and power will do whatever they can to ensure that it stays that way.
See, no,
And
yeah.
That's a
and
long road.
if they decide that their best it's in their best interest to
Fix the problems, fix climate change,
yeah,
fix
that's
the population crisis, or whatever, the sperm crisis.
like they only care about what personally affects them. And if you have got billions and billions of dollars to escape from um, fucking the world's problems, and you're probably gonna die in 20 years anyway, like why would they care beyond compassion, which no one who has that amount of money gets it through compassion. So that's not happening.
Bro, he's speaking. He's speaking what I spoke. Oh my god.
Man,
I agreed
this
with
fucking
you, by
capitalist
the way.
system, bro.
But yeah,
There should not be billionaires. There should not be billionaires.
no,
Yeah.
apparently not. They have accumulated so much money and wealth. But I don't see an Iron Man or a Batman out there yet. Something's wrong. Yeah, but our main thing was what's it called? Fix the education system.
Yeah, our
Fix
education
that.
system is fucking broke.
Fix that shit, and then what? To even start policies or even try to fix the world, we must first fix the government, and to even do that, we have to fix our local governments. But to even do that, you have to be educated and who the people you vote into. But to even do that, you have to be educated. So it's a never-ending cycle.
Education. Yeah.
It's a never-ending cycle that must start at the top because the little people feel like they have no power. To have power, you have to have influence. And to gain influence, you have to do
power
something.
Power comes with influence.
Power
Once
comes
you have money,
from
money gives you influence, right? So does like being popular also gives you influence.
That's fair. Yeah.
And
that's
that is power. Money.
That is power.
Influence.
See, I'd say before education is very important. But I think before that, the problem you run into is just how much influence like corporations have over our day-to-day life.
That is a big problem. Yeah.
Because that bleeds into everything, including education.
But then there's also like the education is failing so many students too, like by being so bad. Like there's no investments in our education system, and like there's like the teachers are not getting paid shit, and so yeah, and it also stems back to corporations. So it's just the whole fuck cycle.
Yeah, because like a big part of why education in America is so neglected, so decrepit, is because of like companies that are going to lobby the government so that either more funds are diverted away from education and into their own pockets, or um fucking like I'm not sure how to phrase this.
Stealing from the young to feel the old people's pockets. Ah.
Sorry. So
Like, it's making money for any CEO is very like is very I can't get the fucking word. I can't find the fucking word. Opposed to um a more well-educated populace. Or no, I should rephrase that to a government that invests more in education.
Keep
I
them
think
dumb.
those two are very opposed.
Because like, who's gonna work under like Amazon labor conditions when they have a master's degree, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just
it's fucked.
the corporations just don't want to see that happen, and
Well,
because
one
they need the supply of labor, and this stems back to fuck capitalism, right?
Yeah, but the thing that I was specifically thinking of when I said how like a corporation that has as much or a corporation that has its fingers dipped into everything like education, like you guys have probably read about how um, companies will fund research projects that benefit them.
Uh,
Like how for the longest time, um, dietary science in America was like fats are the worst thing that you can have, um, in being overweight. Except that those were really funded by like sugar. Like it's diverting attention away from sugar's um, effects on the body and on a person's health and fitness, that kind of thing. Or how for the longest time, um, tobacco companies were funding people like back in the 50s to say, hey, yeah, no, smoking doesn't cause cancer. I'm talking about that kind of shit.
just corporate greed infiltrating like the perceptions of the world around us.
Seeing it now recently with the railroad companies and the unions. Also, how Biden passed a bill that making the strike illegal.
Yeah, that shit's fucked.
Adrian, I remember seeing a picture of the tobacco CEOs, I think sitting under government testimonies and them saying that tobacco isn't bad.
Yeah, like that's a big problem with corporations being able to funnel so much money into these things that make them more money.
Man, our
Not
system
just
is fucked.
corporations, the government too. We got
Yeah.
lobbyists.
Yeah. This whole system is it's just hard. What because they built there's so much precedent over it. There is so much influence that they have that we don't that it's almost impossible for us individually to well, it is impossible for us to change it at all.
Never say never. Who knows? A lot can be done in one lifetime.
Who knows? Maybe Jovic will be the next head of a communist revolution and lead us out of this hellhole.
Hey, knock on wood, am I right?
I'm ready to be radicalized.
I'm sure we all are.
In Minecraft.
Of course, in Minecraft, yeah. This is hypothetically in Minecraft.
Yep, all in Minecraft.
In
Speaking of
FBI
Minecraft
speakers.
situationness, do you think? Look, with how the world is shaping out to be and how like it's turning out.
Yeah.
I already talked to you about this, Paula, but Arizona and Adrian, do you think the United States and all the first world countries will fall just as other civilizations have fell in the past? As in like the Ottoman Empire, Egyptians, the Mayans, they've built great civilization. But just over time, it has been self-destructive and fell, and has been corrupted. And,
Well,
so, yeah.
not necessarily, just because of how different like modern society is to, like, you look at Rome, Egypt, the Ottoman Empire, all very spread out across human history time-wise, but
Hmm.
like with how rapidly technology has advanced in the last 150, 200 years, um, our world is radically different to all those empires,
Hmm.
the world all those empires existed in. So it's it's hard for me to say. I'm not so informed on that, that I would be comfortable giving an opinion. Um, I could see that maybe these world powers might not necessarily fall or collapse in the traditional sense of like the barbarians storming Rome
Hmm.
or something like that. Um, whatever like world powers in this age fall to is going to be very, very different and very much very likely to be from something related to just
A war, World War Three.
information.
Mhm.
No, if anything, I think a catastrophic war like the World Wars is less and less likely in today's age.
Hmm.
Um, like the biggest countries that can cause that war, well, first, you can see that, well, for the biggest thing, like nuclear deterrence is still a thing.
Yeah.
Like the Cold War is over, but the nukes are still there, and so is mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Like that's keeping one, or that's one thing keeping um, our biggest militaries from fucking everyone up.
Because
But
of the
also
threat
just,
of ending it all.
yeah, but also just the reaction, or not just the reaction, but of how interconnected our world is now. That to declare a war to declare a war like that is really, it's kind of suicide. Like we saw it with Russia, didn't we? Um,
Mhm.
they declared war. It wasn't World War III. They're just invading their neighbor Ukraine, but like their economy, soon once that war started, it's only been downhill for Russia. Like the sanctions from all the other country, mean like whatever economy they had, um, is gone. Um, all the Western businesses pulling out. Um, they can't like everything has to be sourced from within Russia, which we can see how, like North Korea, that doesn't work out for them. You talk about planes, like theirs are falling out of the sky because like they don't have parts. They can't maintain parts, or they can't not maintain. They can't manufacture parts. They can't. Russia's not a country that has enough resources within it that it can be self sufficient. And now we're seeing that like if you want to invade even another a neighboring country that's not a superpower, um, well, the rest of the world doesn't like that. The rest of the world very much likes having an interconnected um, world, and so everyone, or so many people, are funneling weapons and funding material volunteers into Ukraine that you're you're not just fighting Ukraine anymore.
Mm.
I'll give my 2 cents on it. I think I'll predict this. You guys can disagree with me, but my claim is the next war, the big wars will be related to the climate crisis.
You think so?
Yeah, I I am like so convinced that it will become evident like in the next decade or so.
Decade?
That
So by 30?
well, like right now, there's already signs of like government breakdown in like Africa because of the climate crisis and the famines and the droughts, when people getting displaced and warfare happening. That's going to become even more severe if we don't cut down on carbon emissions. And this might be a pessimistic view, but China and India and the Middle East, they're not going to want to stop carbon emissions anytime soon. It's like, even though the United States we're starting to be on the right track, it's still going to be really hard for us to like cut it down.
Yeah.
Even though we're like starting on the path. But those countries in particular, unless they're forced to by like military force or by like, you know, like popular consent, if that's a thing there, like it'll be so hard for them to cut down on carbon emissions, especially the Middle East and developing like India and China, the next world powers. It's going to be hard for them to stop, and they are the biggest like emitters of carbon like sources.
Emissions, yeah.
They're super rich, super powerful. It'll be hard for us to stop them because they control a lot of the power. And so,
I don't know.
The next couple wars
I don't think so.
will be faced on this climate crisis. We already see it in Bangladesh, where people are getting displaced by super typhoon, super hurricanes, or whatever, super floods. There's so much drought happening in the Middle East, like 120-degree heat waves happening. It's only gonna get worse, and I feel like eventually there's gonna be some kind of crisis about displacement. A lot of people getting displaced to other countries. All the island nations will start to sink. So there will be a lot of conflict between that. But then, like, it'll be hard to see. But like, I'm pretty sure, like, it'll be waged on those type of resources.
Speaking of climate, here's my, well, I don't know about hot, maybe like lukewarm take. At some point, because just with the momentum of this climate crisis that humanity has manufactured, we can't pivot. We can't on a dime turn around and start reducing it. Like even ideally, even in an ideal situation, um, we've just built up so much momentum, like disregarding like everyone who's not going to cooperate. Yeah, we've just built up so much momentum. It's going to take serious effort to turn it around. At some point, we're gonna pass a point of no return. Like we're gonna pass a point where we can do everything in our power, but it's not going to be enough anymore. And at that, and we should maybe think about identifying where is that point, when is that point.
Well,
Once we pass the point, we should like full throttle on jumping ship, on like space colonization, on escaping if we want to, if humanity is to persevere, then we need to escape.
They already know by 2030, if we don't stop the emissions right now, we'll hit the 2.5 Celsius like limit, and by then that'll be like catastrophic storms and droughts across the world, and that's going to be like a really bad place to live. And so it won't be the end of the world, but it'll cause a lot of destruction.
A less ideal world to live in.
Yeah, and so right now markers say that ideally we want to limit our global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, but we're already like rapidly reaching that soon, like right now, and and it looks like we might be reaching a 2.5 degrees Celsius world in 2030. And if we continue carbon emissions into 2040, that can mean like upwards warming of 3.5 or higher degrees. And that's like certain areas of the globe being uninhabitable because of drought.
That's interesting.
Here's another hot take. SpaceX is just Elon Musk's escape plan for him and his buddies when
Who knows?
the
No, I mean, think about
climate
it
change
too,
is
because I feel
irreversible.
like what I honestly don't think that climate change will be the next war, because I think it's gonna be the same old shit with resources. Because if you think about it, Paolo, the people who have the power to change it have money, and what do you just do, right? If it gets warmer, you just build more things and make your building um fight that change that's happening, right? Like I feel like billionaires, millionaires, politicians
Well,
will get around that climate change and just leave everyone else to dust by just making it easier, not easier for themselves, but just building something that allows them to live in a world that's
what about the food
deteriorating.
crisis? Yeah, they could do that. Billionaires could seclude themselves in an underground bunker for however long they want, right?
Mhm.
But that won't change the rest of the world who are not billionaires. Like only the United States, Western nations, and a few Asian and European countries have billionaires, right? The rest of the world don't. And what are they gonna do? Are they gonna stand still and die? That's an option. Yeah, they
That's
could just
fair.
submit to their own fates and die in 2040 or 2030 when there's no food to be had. But more often than not, they might rise into extremism, right?
Mhm.
Forced to the brink of like either choosing to die or choosing under a fascist regime that could maybe hopefully promise change by stealing or whatever. That will create problems, destabilization in world economies. And so, like, the world will eventually reach a tipping point with climate change if we do not cut carbon emissions, right? You can't hide in your underground bunker forever. And so, things will change. And it's a high probability of warfare for farmable land, and more resources. It's going to be unavoidable.
That's fair. I don't know.
Thing
I
is,
feel like
though,
the
like,
solutions for that people are looking for are very short term. As in like make uninhabitable or unfarmable land become farmable instead of, hey, let's just fix the bigger fucking problem, which is climate change. But I feel like people are trying to fix the problem as fast as they can rather than it being a
Well,
slow fix.
Well, that's the thing. Like people are trying to do that. Like vertical farming is going to be like a big thing in like small nations.
I saw that. I saw vertical farming. I was
Yeah,
like,
vertical
damn,
farming.
that's kind of cool. I was like, shit, I should try
But then,
that.
like, what about the nations that are within Africa? Let's say they don't have a source of water, right? They are landlocked. They face huge amounts of drought, and
And
they'll have
heat.
and they're a poor nation, and they have
Mhm.
nothing else to do but migrate. It's happening right now. They're migrating to other nations, and those nations don't want these migrants at all. And so we're having conflicts like brewing the seeds of conflict already in those areas. And so things will only get worse from here on out. And it's going to be a big issue, a really big issue. And eventually, it might not be 10 years from now, not by in 2030. It's unlikely 2030 that there will be a war for climate change. But if nothing is happening, same old carbon emissions, there eventually will be a war. That is going to be something that will happen. And it's the most likely outcome for a war, I think.
Jefferson, you were saying something?
oh, I was gonna say that. At what point, like, will like our suffering? It's a really bad way to say it, but like, at what point? How bad will it get until governments and billionaires decide to like actually step in and actually try to fix the problems because they actually have the power to fix things?
When I think it'll start doing that either when they face resistance, like Paulo has said, when a fascist regime has built enough power to fight against them, or when it becomes inconvenient for them, as in like, shit, where the fuck is my maid, or where the fuck, like, oh shit, where the fuck, like when it
I
We're going to
think
inconveniences.
see the
I
visceral
think
effects.
The mistake you're making here is that they have to fix it when things go
Yeah.
bad. They don't have to fix shit. They can, if they see like um, the end of the world on the horizon, then you better believe they're putting all their money to escaping or hiding out.
Mhm.
Like fucking all of a sudden, I don't know, oil baron is suddenly interested in funding space exploration and colonization initiatives. Yeah, because like he can tell that his fucking business, his industry, is killing the earth, and he wants to be the fuck off of it once that happens.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
We
who
should
says
not have billionaires.
yeah, who says that they do have to combat it? That's fair. But
Yeah,
then
like
again,
they
it's just
are
like
only out for themselves.
yeah. But then again, it's just like that's another argument. It's like
That's
the government should be the one, like they should be the ones combating it because their goal is to have a positive, look out for their people. That's basically what I'm
Yeah.
trying to
Well, I
say.
mean,
That
the
is
government
that
should.
is
government and
Everyone.
corporations are really intertwined together.
Yeah. They should all be like. Ideally, everyone should be like against climate change, right? That's like an ideal scenario we should be in. But like, the harsh reality is like billionaires probably won't do that like at all. Government won't change because they don't have. It's hard for the dumb fuck, idiot, uneducated Republican in buttfuck middle of Kansas not knowing if climate change is real or not. And so
my
it's hard.
yeah, my opinion, and maybe I'm just pessimistic. Well, I am pessimistic, but my opinion is that most people are going to be some combination of two ignorant, stubborn, short-sighted, short-memoried, just to effectively combat or cooperate in combating climate change. I think it's going to be a very select few people with who are going to drag the rest of the world with them into fighting combat or into fighting climate change, and whether or not they're successful, well, we'll see.
Yeah, and this all stems back to our our government education system. How everyone if we can't even like combat like misinformation right now about anti-vax, flat Earth, like how are we gonna convince other people who are not those who are just like lazy to like care about these issues, right? So it's it's a it's a hard world we live in.
I feel like with more of these issues popping up and becoming more severe, we're also becoming some of us are becoming more desensitized to it. Like we're feeling, like Paul said, some of us are starting to feel lazy more.
Yeah, I mean,
And even like this is really sensitive area, but shootings in general. Like every time
yes.
I I how many shootings happened this year?
There was at least two in the past like 2 weeks, right? It was in the same week there was two. There was the gay bar shooting in like Colorado, and then the one in Virginia, right? In a Walmart.
Oh yeah.
Like
This
one
is
happened
gonna
right
be
before
really
Thanksgiving.
this is gonna be really this is gonna look really bad for me, but I am starting to like how bad or sad I feel is starting to feel like less and less because of how often I'm seeing these things. And
Well,
like
That's a natural
that's how
thing.
the saying goes, right? Like one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic.
Statistic. Yeah.
yeah.
It's just you can't. The human brain isn't wired to comprehend such a scale of anything. Like we, our monkey brains are not built for a world of billions all interconnected. Like we can't physically comprehend all the implications of that.
Yeah, we only care about what's happening to us in the moment, and it's hard to look past that. You know, like if something doesn't directly affect you, then you might get sad for like you know, like for the moment, you know, you feel bad for the situation, you want to like prevent that from happening ever again. But unless it has a direct effect on you, then it's unlikely that
You would
people
care.
will remember. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, keep
That's
doing
what I
that.
said.
Naturally, like
It's
we're
hard.
naturally selfish and self-centered.
That's what I said.
I don't think people are naturally selfish. People are inclined for selfishness, yes, but I think a lot of it's because they get a lot more spotlight. There are also like a lot of people who have good things, like people who are working on next solutions to climate change, or people who are helping in humanitarian aid in like Africa, like helping impoverished people. And so it's the human race is not a homogenous group, but the standouts will be
The one
a
that
lot of
is
selfish,
be
there's a lot of
focused on.
like destructive, and we don't have there's not a lot of spotlight to those that are helping right now, and that's
Would you like
the
to
thing.
shout out a group of people right now, Paulo, or a charity that could
Well,
probably need help?
yeah, so when I volunteered in Jordan, I volunteered with a org called Hassi, and they are helping with like displaced Syrians, and so like they give them like free medical health care and all that. So there are orgs out there who are doing things because it's the good, like do the good fight.
Yeah. Well, here's your call to action: do good, be good. Boom. That's where it ends.
Damn,
That
that was a
like
long ass fucking podcast. That's
That
like
was 4
That
hours.
was pretty loaded.
That's 4 hours, by the way. So,
And-
I'm at 4 hours and a half on stream. I stopped gaming at 1 hour and a half. So,
Holy shit.
That was a pretty loaded conversation.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things to take in. Like
we talked about so many fucking things.
Yeah, like before you guys came in, we were like, oh my god, we were talking nonstop about like
we
one
were talking
topic
about
into the next.
Yeah. So first was Kanye, then education system, then climate change, then
Also
influencer,
mental health and
mental
drugs.
health and drugs, right? Influencers, social media, who is a good influencer? Like, how are they influencing people to do good? And then we talked about billionaires, millionaires, stuff like that. It was a lot. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Paulo did a lot of talking. I feel like I was a mediator, and I felt like also Paulo during that Kanye topic too. That was very good. So
Yeah.
So I'm gonna probably post it. I'm probably not gonna edit as much, like usual.
Yeah, at least just make sure there's no sus stuff in there, right? Don't want anyone here getting canceled.
Like
Yeah,
what?
what did ever happen to?
That's the thing. I don't think we said anything sus though. No.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, if we're talking like politics, the whole time, like there's not a. If we're talking it like a serious discussion, there's not a whole lot of room in there for anything out of pocket.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, honestly, as far as our views, Paula, I think we were
pretty mainstream.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if anything, it would be me. As in, like, yeah, in the beginning of situations, like, oh, would you still listen to Kanye? I was like, yeah, I would, in my own private time. That's probably it. If anything, it was like, oh my god, that motherfucker listens to Kanye still. He's supporting, his views. But yeah.
I think at the very least, like, you should censor it. Like,
yeah.
Whether you promote it, whether you like, that's different, but you shouldn't censor it. Like, even actually considering Kanye's idol here, even Hitler's paintings are still available for people to look at.
Oh, that's
and
true.
They don't really contain any messages of anti-Semitism or but yeah, so like his paintings are still available to
view.
Just no one is no one's advertising it. No one's
But you know,
But
he's
oh,
dead.
he's dead, and the paintings are almost 100 years old. So
So there's that going for him. But you know, it, it's just
No, it's crazy that like his death. I mean, I guess just his influence still reaches generations after
I mean,
he
I
died.
think I think a lot of people like in this world, a lot of people like resonate. Like fascism is on the rise right now, and
yeah,
so
like
like
shouldn't everything be that way? Remember your history, or be condemned to repeat it.
Yeah, but
yeah,
isn't that, I don't know? Is that what
The thing
Kanye
is,
did?
so
Did he learn it and
like
be like, fuck
there's an
it, I agree?
overlap between remembering history and then idolizing it. Like like those Confederate statues that are getting removed or were getting removed.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are saying that this is censorship, this is erasure of history, but bro, just put it in a museum.
Mm-hmm.
Because putting a statue of people out there, like I guess I would be considered some like idolization, but you you could remember someone without idolizing.
Yeah. Who knows, dude?
yeah, we live in the worst timeline. It's I don't know what to say.
No, no.
It's,
I mean, like what? I mean, I guess another question is like, do you want your future generations of family to deal with past mistakes that have been made?
of course not.
See,
Like
there's the thing.
That's the thing.
I
It's just like,
plan
do you
on
like, do
not
you?
having future generations.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the question I wanted to ask. Is like, yes, having kids and families is a good thing,
well,
but
you won't know until it happens.
that's fair. See, right? But
Let's say
like,
that.
it's just the fear of the future. Is like, should I? Like people are always saying, I never wish to be born, right?
Yeah.
And even allowing people or your future generations to be born, consequentially, it might have not started with you, but you continued your generation, knowing that it will eventually end up in a shit show, and the world will become a shithole, and you have condemned your future generations to experience it.
You know,
Well,
I'll let you know. Like, I'll bet you in the moment when when you're deciding to have like a family with the person that you love, and if you find that person, you won't be thinking about those things. You'll be thinking about that person that you love and like how you want
yeah,
to be with them.
exactly. Like
That's fair.
too many
That's fair.
people don't see like having a kid as a responsibility to raise a person, to give that person the best shot at life, and what that person is going to go on to be in the world. Like people don't see that. So many people just see kids as a fucking pet. Like a
Yeah,
glorified pet. And that's the problem. And so if I know I'm probably not going to have kids, because having kids with the way the world it is right now is just fucking irresponsible. If I want to have a kid, I don't expect to, but if I do, I'm probably going to adopt.
Mm.
mm,
Because yeah, they're born, they're a person now, whether they chose to be, or all that circumstance, that's out of their hands. I have the option of not putting another person in this world, because with the way it is right now, fuck that.
Yeah.
I also don't have any game, but that's a whole different thing.
El Riz.
Don't worry,
Just like me
Adrian.
for real.
You can get Riz. Obtaining Riz is no problem.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you. And like, if I ever find a person, like, I won't be thinking the things that we said right now. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's just,
100%. Never does.
it's just.
Yeah. I mean,
I would
Adrian's
like
right.
to.
Adrian's
like-
right though. I mean, you don't go in with that thought of the world. You go in it with the thought of how can I hope my kids be better than me.
Yeah, like that's how people should approach having a child, as a commitment to, you know, raising a person. But so many people, it's their kid's a pet, or
Yeah.
they're having a kid because that's just what's expected for a married couple, or because their
Yeah.
wife or their spouse or their husband wants a kid, and like, yeah, that's
Accidents happen.
just irresponsible. Yeah, or that. It's irresponsible.
I was an accident, so
Really? I didn't know that.
Actually, or is that?
yeah. My parents weren't married when they had me.
Oh, same. Oh, when they had you or when they conceived you?
When they had me, like I was born and then they got married.
So are you a wedlock baby?
Out of wedlock, you mean?
Yeah, out of wedlock. Yes, that's what it is, right? If your parents get married
Yeah.
for the sake of a child, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that means that necessarily that they got married because of the child. I thought that just meant that they had a child before
Yeah, they had a child
without
before
getting
they.
married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
so they were not married, but they had a child.
Like I don't think it's necessarily the implication that they got married because of
the
the child.
child. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's probably a term for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I got conceived before my parents were married, so
we're both accidents.
I don't know. I think they made up their mind that they're gonna get married before they conceive.
Okay, so it's only me. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
can
I'm pretty
relate.
sure I was like, I'm as far as being a kid goes, I am the most vanilla. Like, parents were wed before I was conceived. No like divorce or like relationship issues. Just perfectly dull childhood life. I guess.
I mean, that's like 95%. Well, 90%, right?
No,
Like,
I doubt that. Like, divorce rates are pretty high, aren't they?
They're exceptional.
oh, they are right, but that just means it's normal.
Well,
that's the thing. I don't know. I think that's something that needs to be changed. But
divorce rates?
Yeah, I think it should keep it
well,
lower.
actually, no, I think
Well,
divorce rates aren't those kind of skewed because like most divorces are of like
white people.
people who are divorced. Like, if you got divorced once,
Oh,
you're more
gonna
likely
get
to have a
oh.
bunch of divorces, and that kind of skews the numbers a bit.
I did not know that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. But yeah, I guess. I don't know, but I guess it comes right back to like, just the natural women and men's role in a relationship and stuff like that.
What is the natural role of both, Jovic?
What do I think it is?
Yeah.
I think the idea of men provide, women, stay at home. I think it's a very old ideal and is changing nowadays. But the argument that the more that a woman is successful, the less pool of men she has to choose from is correct.
The more a woman is successful, the less pool of men she can choose from.
Yeah, like she gets to choose from. I think that's inherently correct.
Why do you think so?
Because
if a woman's more successful, does that limit it to men that are more or equal successful?
Yeah, I believe so. Because they have standards like everyone else.
Yeah, everyone wants to go up.
Yeah, and I think it's different because I feel like with men, that is a fucking very Andrew Tate fucking look at it. I understand that, but I feel like with men, the more success he has, the bigger his pool gets. Because who wouldn't want to get,
Yeah, I mean, if you're more successful, then you'd have, I guess, theoretically more options, right?
Yeah, but it's the opposite in terms of women, just because it's not the men. I feel like, look, the more a woman gets more successful, well, of course more men would want her. But would that woman want them back or want that man back?
Well,
absolutely not.
Well, it depends, because people look at things for different people, right? So
see, no,
like,
yeah, I
people wanna
understand
go
that.
up.
I understand that.
If I'm hearing you correctly, is the implication that you're making here is that as both men and women advance in life, they're more attractive to people of their standing and above, but with men, they keep a lower standard than while women expect more. Is that like the implication?
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, the more successful a man is, they're able to sacrifice more, and they're gonna marry down, as in like it's okay for them. Marry down, as in like they're okay with a being with a person who
below
say
their
is
league,
below their not league, but as in like.
And you think women are not the same as that?
What do you mean? Oh yeah, no. I say women in general either marry at the same level or like the people at the same level or higher. So the more
go.
The more they advance in life, the more they become popular, or they become financially wealthy, or successful, they see that why should I marry or be with a man who isn't as successful as me?
I mean, I think you're looking at it a very skewed way, Jovic. It's like,
you think so?
Yeah, people don't marry just because of success, but that's one factor, right? You don't want to marry like someone who's
no, that's the thing. Men don't care. I feel like women put a lot of emphasis on it.
No, but like
I feel like that's if you're not drawing on like actual data, I feel like that's a pretty big generalization to make.
Yeah,
mileage will always vary for that.
I think
that's fair.
Like I definitely, there's one guy I know up here who will not date someone who doesn't have prospects, or at least has something figured out with their life for like their with a career path or something like that. He will not date someone who's like doesn't have something lined up for themselves.
Yeah.
So that's like, and that's just one person I know here. I don't want to make generalizations like that with basically the entire human population.
Yeah, men and women are not a monolith. They're like, there's a lot of degrees of variation that that can go into that. Saying that women only marry at their success level is.
I mean, of course, there's gonna be some people. Of course, okay.
But it's not. It's not the majority either.
You don't think so?
No, people want. Okay, I'll say this: people want to, date upwards, right? Like, if you're a guy, right? Like, no offense to like any girl, or like, and this can be in the reverse, but like, you don't want to marry someone you consider ugly, right? And that the word ugly can be like very
objective,
objective and relative to your own standards, and you can find anything attractive and anything ugly. But generally, you don't want to date someone who you consider ugly, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that means you'll want to date upwards. You want to date someone who you consider attractive.
Agreed.
Okay. And so that can vary widely, and the same thing goes with women. Women are not some kind of monolith that like only dates like
successful
super
people.
Hot guys or super rich guys. Women, there's a variety of factors that women also want to date. It's it's not limited to success and all that.
Yeah,
and so
that's fair.
Yeah, there's like
they have their own relative views on that too. So it's really complicated.
There's a couple of things I want to add to that. Like, first, it's physical attractiveness isn't the only metric. Like, someone who's less physically attractive, they can be made up for in other things, like maybe he can cook well, or he's goofy or something like that. The other thing is you know, given enough time, people settle. Like, I think, you know, if you hit your 40s and you're still looking for someone, like your standards are going down whether you realize it or not.
Yeah,
Like
that's
you learn to
agreeable.
settle.
Yeah, that's fair.
But also again, this is all like, I don't know, I'd want to see like if there are any studies done on something like this, because otherwise, like just talking as we are now, it's all kind of anecdotal and speculative. Like, this is how I feel a certain portion of this gender behaves, based off of a couple examples I can think of. Like, it's all like, for such a generalization to only base it off of our own limited experiences. I think, like, if I want to discuss something like that, I'd want to take a look at some hard data, some studies.
We can agree on that, like, women aren't just like in it for just the success like factor itself only. There's like a
Yeah.
whole variety of factors that go into someone's choice of choosing a partner, and
Mhm.
like a lot of that is, you know, what they deem attractive in a person,
That's fair. Yes.
and so that can vary widely. And so it's not
Just
not
success.
not yeah, it's not men having wider standards or women having narrower standards.
Mhm.
You know, you can't treat people, yeah, as Adrian says, as generalizations. People have their own unique takes on a person, so it's
And I do believe that, you know, patterns probably do emerge based off of maybe gender, but probably more likely just like social societal norms for a given area. You know, what's the economic status of the subset, that, because you're probably not going to be able to survey a whole country's worth of people. So like, you know, you might find that those trends probably exist. They're probably different for, I don't know, you you take a look at um a rural city in France and you compare that to Manhattan or something like that. I bet, like, you know, I bet trends do appear. Um but just, we're going off our own experiences right now, probably based on like our our own, where we are. Like,
like how I see it. It's like what I tell like my bio students, right? Never make generalizations. Generalizations are how you get answers wrong. It's
Mhm.
like people aren't some kind of like single category you can group all of them in, and so there will always be some 1,000 million other variables that might be present in someone's decision, and not just because success is like something that you see.
That's fair. Yeah. Shit. What do you guys think is then, if I got asked the question, then the ideal, you know, role of a relationship
I think
is?
you would have got cooked for that. Like if you were to like bring
Keep
someone
that
in,
in?
and if you told someone that,
Mm-hmm.
I think you would get cooked.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, shit. I'll still post it. Fuck it.
yeah.
What about y'all then? You two, or
What
every
about us?
guest
Traditional
too.
roles, man. If I
Not
really look at
not traditional roles, but just
Oh, okay.
roles. Because I mean, the
what
traditional
roles,
role is, you know, men earn the money, women stay home. That's the traditional role and traditional thinking.
That's like
So
1950s traditional.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. So clearly, it's changed now.
the
So what are
fucking,
the change? What are the changes, and what are the now roles that you guys see that
I think
happen between the role of women in a relationship and the role of a man in a relationship?
everyone can go first. I think he was about to say something.
wait, what was the question again?
What are
What
the
is
what are the roles of the men and women,
not
like in a
traditional
family?
roles, like
like
the current roles
contemporary
in the
Contemporary,
relational.
yeah,
in
like
December 3rd, 2020 or 2022.
yeah.
What
What
are
do you
the
think are those?
roles that women have in a relationship, and what are the role that a man has in a relationship?
What is considered normal? in terms of
Yeah.
balance.
In this economy, as long as both of them can like sustain both themselves and each other, all that like on top of like actually genuine love, then yeah, I could like not care less.
You couldn't care less?
More like speaking. Go ahead.
Like
Everson, go ahead.
I don't have a concrete idea of like what what a relationship or like should be.
That's fair.
Okay.
Like so long as they're just
like-
happy and supporting each other themselves.
That's something that people should strive for, like being happy and successful.
Yeah, like I don't think, or at least we're definitely seeing like a breakdown of those traditional gender roles. You're at least like with our generation. Granted, I have zero experience, but I don't feel like anyone thinks to themselves like, like he ain't a man unless XYZ, or like he ain't gonna be my man unless XYZ, something like that. I think, yeah, it's just like you're less looking at a man and a woman and more just two people.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like. And like those two people can adhere to traditional gender roles if that's them, if they want to. It's just that that's maybe less um of a prevalent societal norm now.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that.
I'm confused. I'm confused.
Because so he's saying that both of them should have, their own sense of agency, right? Like a man and a woman should should be able to control like how they want to express their own relationship. And if they want to be in a traditional type of relationship, like a man goes to work and a woman goes and cooks or whatever, if they're both fine with that, even though it's not, like the standard in our society right now, they should be able to exercise that because, if that's what makes them happy, they should do what makes them happy. And, but it's all comes down to the sense of agency.
Yeah, it's not that kind
okay,
of
so
the view of
it's
the
more
traditional.
Like, okay, so y'all's opinions on it is it's not our choice, it's their choice in the relationship of what the role is.
Well, I'm more saying that in a kind of like in a societal, or how it's viewed generally as in society, is that you're starting to see less a strict adherence to
The traditional way.
gender norms. Like there are people out there who are going to adhere to them because that's what they know, but it's not something like wider, just general society is going to strictly expect from a person. Like how you go back to the 50s or the 60s, right? People look at you funny if like you're a woman and you're the one like you're the commanding one in a marriage, in a relationship, and people might look at you funny for that. We don't get that as much nowadays. There are people who will look at you funny, but like society, or on
Probably
average,
wrong.
people are more accepting of
Probably
just
wrong.
a whole
What's
all
your
kinds
different
of
opinion?
like it's the breakdown of the norms. People are still going to adhere to it, but it's so not so monolithic that people expect everyone else to adhere to it.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure. It's very based. I know. Oh, dope. It's fucking dope.
Long.
If anything, in this economy, I bet it's more of an expectation now that both people are, making both parties are making
I'm more of a
money
Robin
because
kind of guy.
Kind of need to.
Actually, am I a
imagine
Robin
he has a
guy?
master's degree and only
I
getting
don't even
6K.
fucking know. I don't even fucking know.
Yeah.
That shit's harsh.
If I had a wife who was like really like successful, like both like money and education wise, like I am wiping those floors and counters clean.
That's fair. But like y'all said, it's an agreement between y'all, both of y'all.
Yeah.
Everzon's living that trad wife fantasy.
But like that's unlikely to happen. So, but in a relationship, regardless, I'll pull my own weight. Like both sides should be able to pull their own weight in a relationship, but how much weight is like decided by both parties.
There's something that needs to be discussed in every relationship. So yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, I mean that's where communication is always key in everything that you do and all around your life. So, you know, that's how people stay forever. Is they need to communicate. If they're happy, unhappy. If changes need to be done, changes need to be made.
Yeah, communication is the key, but some people just don't realize that.
No, I feel like I feel like people should always real. I feel like people aren't ignorant enough to. I feel like they know communication is key. I think what's limiting them is themselves and their fear of what happens next when they do communicate.
Well, that means if they have a fear of like communicating their things, that means they kind of have a lack of trust in how the other person would react.
Yeah.
And so that's like signs of like an unhealthy relationship, really.
Yeah. But then again, that's still, something communication teaches, or people know communication will fix it. By communicating, you will get out of that situation. But it's just that mental
most people
fear.
should know that, yeah. But
yeah. I think people know that communication is key, because I feel like that's been pounded on everybody, right? But I think
who's everybody? That's the question.
Okay, fine. I'm going to generalize here, Paulo. I feel like,
Okay, I told you, generalization.
That's what I'm saying.
The worst thing to do.
That's what I'm saying. I know it. I know. I agree. But my view is, if you're on social media, if you're on the internet, I feel like at one point or another, you will find that to get out of a situation or to get out of conflict, communication has to be made, right? And I feel like, some people realize that and some people know that, but they still won't take action. They still won't communicate.
Okay.
Like, they know communication is the right step, but they just won't do it.
Yeah, like, I think anyone can point to that, like, communication is important for a relationship. Most people are going to point to that and say, like, well, yeah, that's just common sense. I think one thing not a lot of people are really or less keen on is, like, maybe some people they don't really know what that looks like. Maybe they have an idea, but they don't know what that looks like. More broadly, knowing something and understanding it where you can practice it, that's very different. Like, I can remember with some people, like, I know a thing, like, um let me think.
It's like knowing something,
Hey,
but
yo,
like lacking
mish,
the ability to,
mish.
being able to like articulate it in a
still there?
way you want, like
You like it?
the other person to understand. Is that what you're trying to get at?
I don't even know what they're talking about right now.
Easier said than done, kind of the idea there. Easier said than done.
Yeah, communication is easier said than done, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that, like, someone can say, well, having good communication is important in a relationship, but then, like, when they try to apply it to their own circumstances, there could be a million reasons that maybe
It doesn't work. Yeah.
It's not so easy.
Yeah. I understand that. Like, there's different cases for everything. They just won't listen. They don't give you a chance to communicate. All of that. And yeah, I guess that's, yeah. But the thing is, I feel like everyone does know communication is part of the solution. It's just one way or another, they can't apply it. They can't apply it or they don't apply it. But yeah. Who knows though? Shit. Love can be blind though. You never know until you're out of it. Or an outside perspective.
Maybe for some of us, love needs to be blind.
How so?
Blind, as in cannot see.
Yeah. How so? Like, what do you mean by that?
Cannot see.
Oh, so it's not like
me.
Oh, so it's appearance wise, it's just like the look past
Yes,
my.
that was
That's fair.
that was a joke.
No, I thought
Love
it was
needs to
like
be blind
I thought
because otherwise they.
I thought it meant like figuratively. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know what you mean, which is on my bad.
See, this is why communication is important.
There we go. We communicated.
Very poorly.
We got there though. At the end of the day, I didn't get the joke at first, but I got the joke eventually.
We understand each other now, and that's what's important.
Exactly. But you got it, Adrian. Trust. Just work on yourself, man. Which is, I'm sure you're doing.
Oh, Jovic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck, let me try to find it. But I remember seeing a TikTok like I had to take about communications. Like says that communication doesn't mean shit if you like don't have comprehension. What do you think about that?
I mean,
Well,
that's
communication is comprehension. Like
That's what
if
I've
you're
seen
not,
in the comments.
Yeah.
if you're trying to communicate something
yeah,
to
that's fair.
somebody and they're not comprehending it, that's not communication. You're just saying things at them.
That's fair.
Talking to a brick wall.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. My first instinct to say to that question is,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're right.
No, because I'm not gonna lie. The definition of communication to me, whether or not the other party takes in that information or not, is the act of either talking, texting, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's a very direct definition, is what I thought of. And when you ask, what do you think of communicating, they don't comprehend, I feel like it's just, oh, a teacher's trying to communicate a certain topic, certain subject, but you just don't comprehend. Is that, like it's just too complex for you to understand, is what I was gonna answer. But I agree with you guys now. My views have been shifted because yes, I guess communicating is a form of comprehending, and
Yeah, because like like talking to someone, that's not communicating. That's a vessel of communication. That's a
Communication.
method.
Of communication.
And if you're trying to tell someone something, and they're not getting it, then
You're not
maybe you
communicating.
could call that communication. It's definitely poor communication because, like, you should be trying to, or effective communication would be explaining it in a way that the recipient
Understands it and comprehends it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like, because that's like the Latin like root of the word. It's like it's imparting information. It's sharing information. That's like kind of the root of the word. And if the person isn't receiving that information, then that's not really sharing information.
Fair enough. That is fair.
It is true.
That is true. I agree with that one.
Oh man.
I'm keeping that all in.
Podcast?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm keeping that in.
Oh my god, it's more than 3 hours.
Of course, there's gonna be a cut. Of course, but yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? We should just bake in, like, hey guys, that's the end of the podcast. Next time we'll answer some Patreon questions. See you next time. And then just in editing, cut it right there and release that like this week.
Yeah.
And then we just keep talking. We just keep talking.
And then post.
Hey guys, welcome back to the podcast. And now this is next week's episode.
That's fair.
That is something we could do.
We're gonna have multiple episodes of this, of part 1, part 2, part 3 of podcasts.
Yeah, we just we record it all in one night, so that we don't have to like.
You gotta cut it in sections, right? It's like people don't want to like listen to like a 3-hour recording. You gotta like have a topic and then like clip it and like say like, oh, if you want to see the wait until next week's podcast.
Should I do that? That could be something. It's either that it's either cut it, or like in the video, you know how in YouTube videos it's like, oh yeah, this is when this topic starts.
Like the chapters?
Yeah, the chapters. Yeah.
No. You gotta do different videos so you have more exposure per video, right?
Okay, that's fair. I like that.
And like And people, if you title it specifically, like if you title it just like podcast number 1, Golden Creek or whatever,
Yeah.
people are not gonna look for that. But if you title it like, oh, climate change right now with Golden Creek,
that's fair.
you know,
I like that.
Speaking
people
of
are more inclined to like click
did
that.
Rickson give up on his podcast?
You can't find the account password or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
and the email link to
Damn.
it is lost. So yeah.
oh damn. Rest
It's
in peace.
okay. It's going on my channel.
Yeah, it's living through you now. You're carrying this legacy.
Honestly, though, I think if it kept going, it probably could have went somewhere.
What about a good
I
name?
think-
Is Joe and Co.
Joe and Co. I mean, that's
Joe and Co.
I'm not
Sketchy.
gonna lie. It's still going on my channel, but I can name it Joe and Co. podcast.
Joe and Co. podcast.
Yeah, it's catchy. I do think though that, or like one of the things I remember in hindsight was kind of an issue was that those discussions were kind of a little aimless.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
Like it's a kind of thing where it's like, oh, we'll just record the conversations that we have, and then we can upload it and people listen to it. I think you need to have more focus than to run a podcast. Like you don't really ever see podcasts that are just, oh yeah, here's a bunch of guys chatting. They'll have a point, like something to like
talk about.
like maybe it's a podcast based on reviewing movies or something, or discussing a certain hobby.
So wait, I have a question. Are you saying this now because of the current thing that we're doing, or do you think it was a
our
flaw
topics
that
were pretty specific.
or do you
Yeah,
think
like
it was
what
or do you think it was
we-
a flaw that we had with the
It was a
Golden
flaw
Creek,
we had in the past ones. That's
in
what
the
he was
Golden
saying.
Creek podcast?
Yeah, in
Okay.
the when we were doing the old podcast that Rickson ran, is that like it didn't have, it wasn't a focused conversation. I feel like
There's too much space for like audience to like lose their attention. And it was like, I think that was the problem.
That's
Actually-
that's funny as fuck because I felt like with Rickson one, there's certain wait, no. I mean I'm gonna be honest, I felt like Rickson had a topic, and once that topic got bland, he introduced a new topic.
yeah,
That's
It
what
wasn't a
I'm
natural
gonna-
transition. I guess.
Yeah, because I feel like
I'm
with
gonna-
us, with this, sorry, go ahead,
it?
Adrian.
I was just gonna. I actually am gonna backtrack on that because I am now remembering specifically one podcast that is just a bunch of friends talking, and like their format is like they tell stories of their own lives, but like you have to have a pretty interesting life to make that viable,
That's fair. Yeah.
which I don't. So
But that's like something different other than like having a topic about like some kind of like popular like topic like climate change. Like having stories about specific people's lives is a little bit different, and I think is a lot
Oh,
more
yeah, no,
popular
like-
than talking about like something like climate change and like loosely talking about something like that, and then like kind of like wandering off that topic. So I think having more focused things is generally a better idea.
yeah, that's about the point I was trying to make, is that like we could have been more focused or had more of that focus, a little more cohesive kind of discussion.
With the Golden Creek, with the past podcast.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I felt like with this one it was very random, but Paulo and I kept within the hemisphere of world current events and stuff like that.
It was
You
like a
know.
natural transition between things.
Yeah,
It wasn't like
between
we,
our
like,
conversations.
and things went like deeper than like they like it wasn't like surface level like oh we think this is
Conversations.
bad this
Yeah.
should stop. It's like we delve into like what your opinions are like what you think is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Which is a lot more interesting than just reciting the news stories of like NBC.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fair. No, it's fair. That's fucking funny. We didn't even fucking plan to do this, Paulo. It's funny that everybody else left and we just stayed and we just continued talking.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, any more than like 5 people on a podcast is a bad idea. Like
That's fair.
I think
Yeah, I
5
still remember that first episode of the old podcast where
12
it was like-
it was
motherfuckers.
all
it's
of us.
12 deep. Like
Yeah, that was
at that point it's just rambling. It's
too
just
messy. Too messy.
incoherent and like nothing will get done because there's too much people. Like to have a concise and like more focused group, it's like the same thing as D&D. You can't run a table with 10 people. You
Yeah.
have to have a more focused group and more close group so we can delve into each person's idea more than having just surface level like, oh, I agree with this. Oh, he says he agrees. You know,
But we did realize that early on.
we did.
We
So
did like after that first episode, Rickson was immediately like, okay, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to like limit it to 4 people. We're gonna figure out who's gonna be on it ahead of time. Yeah, so we figured out pretty quickly.
yeah, thank God. Yeah.
But man, what a chaotic first go that was.
Yeah, but generally the less amount of people on it, the more intimate the conversations can get, which is a lot better, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like that feeling of like, you're trying to like be in a conversation, but there's like in maybe a group of 10 people, maybe there's like 4 of them that dominate the conversation, and you kind of you can't get your bit in.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Wow, like me. Even though I have
Right.
not much to say.
Well, that's different, I feel like, when like you're trying to say something, but you can't get it in there because like you can't fit in between all the so many people who are already saying their piece, as opposed to, well, it's only like three another 3 of us, so you could, when you want to say something, it's you don't have to force your way through as many people.
Guess who just got access to Golden Creek Podcast YouTube channel? Oh,
You did?
Nice.
yeah.
Oh my
The old
God.
one?
Yeah. I have
Oh my
access
God.
to it.
Honestly, I'll be honest. A better name is Joe and Co.
Aw.
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue better. It's bite sized.
Bite size and it's like kind of memorable. Like, hey, you watched a new episode of Joe and Co? Like,
That reminds me of fucking Cody and what the fuck is this? Noel and Cody. Or what is it? What the fuck is
maybe
this
you can make a
channel
subcategory, like
Cody and Co.
make a subcategory in the podcast called Joe and Co.
where
where it's you'll always be in the podcast, like you won't be rotated out, but like it'll always
Oh
be
yeah,
like
it's your podcast.
it's
You
my
run it.
podcast, yeah.
yeah, and you'll have like maybe like the same repeat guests,
Or-
like sometimes different people on it, but you'll always be there, and
We're all just guests. We're all just
Speakers.
guests on your podcast.
Mm-hmm.
we'll be regulars, but he'll be like the who's like I don't know how to I don't know a popular podcast that's not controversial.
Were you thinking of Joe Rogan too?
Yeah.
I was thinking of Joe Rogan too.
we can be like repeat like regulars, right?
I know what you mean. Like, does Mr. Beast have a podcast now? I don't fucking know. Who has a podcast that's uncontroversial?
Voice Critical has one.
Oh yeah. So does Ludwig, but it's a group. It's the same people. Though.
Yeah, maybe it's just us four the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Joe and Co.
We can add Wixon, Tomatone, add Tomatone, Badliff, I guess.
I have not heard from Tony in a long time.
He was in a call last week.
He
Man
joined
was working.
sparsely.
Yeah, man was working.
He's too busy developing credit card applications and shit.
He is
He's-
actually part of the working class now.
Yeah, he's too busy getting his 401k up.
Honestly, he's living
Actually-
life.
On that note, I got a letter from my old place of employment, the old bank, telling me that like I had like $1,000 or so dollars built up in my 401k there,
Damn.
and well, it's a 401k. It's supposed to be a retirement fund,
Yeah.
to be dispersed like when you retire, but I quit.
Yeah.
So $1,000 is really not that much, but I don't know if like if I wanted to withdraw that right now. No, I do want to withdraw that right now and have that 1,000 right now because like that's ultimately not really good. I'm not gonna wait until I'm 60 to have that dispersed to me in like monthly checks of like $5.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm probably I think I'd rather just like I withdraw it right now. But that's the thing is I don't know if it's more beneficial to keep it in there because
Do 401ks collect interest?
Yeah.
I think they do. I think that's
They
the
do.
point.
That is the point.
Okay, so
You put money in, and then over time,
It's
the more money you put in, the more it will grow because
wait,
of the
can you
interest.
withdraw at any time, Adrian?
Mhm.
Anytime you want?
Can you?
I
Oh
have
wait,
to
wait. That's a great question because I thought it was you can only withdraw it when you are retired.
well, that's the thing. Um I quit. I don't work there anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not, there's no waiting to retire from that job. I already quit like a few months after I joined up. And it's only $1,000. And what was the other thing?
Is there any special protocol to like withdraw it from a job you no longer work for and you're not of age yet?
Well, it's like depending on a certain amount or that you have in there, I think like under $1,000, they just straight up like write a check to you for it because that's not really anything
Yeah.
for that's like one paycheck's worth of money. I think I am the tier above it. They do something different. Yeah, here between $1,000 and $5,000, and you have not reached the age of 62 or your plan's normal retirement age. It's converted into an IRA at Fidelity, the company here. Um, yeah, that's I don't understand the wording here. It says my account will be converted to an individual retirement account. Is that your balance will be placed in the Fidelity Government Cash Reserves Fund unless you provide other direction. I don't know what that actually means. Is that an IRA that still belongs to me that I'll be like that will be dispersed to me when I'm of retirement age? Or does that mean that basically it belongs to Fidelity now because it says the balance will be placed in the Fidelity Government Cash Reserves Fund? Because if that's the case, I'm just gonna take the $1,000 in a check, like right now.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Got
Yeah, I don't
which fund it was, but I think it's like you get taxed if you take it out too early. Is that the IRA or the 401k?
Oh, that's weird.
I know it's one of them.
Hang on, this is weird. So three of the tiers that are on here, $1,000 or less, between 1,000 and $5,000, $5,000 or less.
And how much money do you have exactly?
1,100 and something.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're in the
So like
second
I'm right in
tier.
this middle tier, and I just read off what the middle one says, but the two between it, that's when they'll just write you the check.
Wait, so anything above 5,000, they write you a check?
Oh no, let me $5,000 or less, and you've reached retirement age. Then that's when they write you the check. But greater than 5,000, then it's just the regular retirement plan is in place. So I'm
Uh,
tempted to just pull out that $1,000. But I don't know. I don't think it'll be more beneficial just because of how small it is.
Well,
But
it's better to
also,
be used now than later.
yeah. But also, I don't know. Like, is there gonna be tax shit that goes with that? Like, have any of y'all done your own taxes yet?
No siree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have not. So
No
I don't know if like
So
I have to deal with tax shit with this like 1,100 in here.
So it says here, generally amounts in your traditional IRA are not taxed until you take a distribution or withdrawal from your IRA.
Okay, I know like if I take like the check, then they
It's a 10% penalty
there's a
plus
10%
ordinary
penalty.
income tax.
So I don't know. I'm probably just gonna end up like fucking I'm probably just gonna take the 1,000 and whatever I get, and I hope that's the end of the tax shit.
Yeah. Just do it the earliest.
Sorry, I know that wasn't podcast worthy conversation.
No, it's all good. Also, okay, wait. I have another thing about the podcast then.
Yeah.
If we talk about it for 10, 20 minutes, that specific topic, say we talked about the Kanye West not for an hour, but for 30 minutes, then it's just going to be a 30-minute video.
So I think you should post the entire thing and label it as podcast 1, and then have snippets like other channels, like like Trash Taste or whatever. They'll have like specific sections for like more focused discussion on like on an individual topic, like the Kanye, say podcast 1 Kanye topic or whatever, and you title it that, and have its own like clip or
highlights.
video.
Highlights.
Yeah, highlight. Yeah. People are more inclined to watch the highlights instead of the full thing. So really, if you want to have something like you think will stand out, put it in a highlight, and more people will generally click that than the entire 4-hour session.
Yeah. See, no, but it depends, because I feel like Trash Taste people listen to the entire podcast, just they sit through it. And I'm looking through the highlights. See, no, that's the thing. The entire podcast has more views than the highlights themselves.
But the thing is, like right now,
yeah, where I'm
not
at,
well known.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say though. Like, it's just like how do I want to push this in my channel? Do I want to have a podcast section in my channel, or do I want to have a highlight section on my channel, or have both?
Just have both. Yeah.
Yeah, just have both right now. Yeah, I guess I'll just have both right now and see where it goes. And then if it becomes popular or whatever it does, then I'll separate it.
Plus, if they find like the clip interesting, they'll might go into the full podcast or look at other videos, and that's more clicks, more revenue.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna fucking snip it and send it to TikTok as well. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Because TikTok,
send it to just all the different short form video platforms.
Yeah.
Like YouTube Shorts, TikTok.
You gotta make it cool though, Like if we're talking about like the war section, you gotta add like images, it's not just us talking like our icons flashing.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I don't know about that.
I know.
Well, actually, if you're gonna put it on like TikTok, then probably yeah.
Or TikTok. That is you gotta leverage the most popular social media app right now, and that's you gotta speak their language. Maybe one of our takes will get like really popular and then attract to Jovic's channel.
Careful what you wish for.
I mean, that's usually how it is though.
Okay, you gotta take for TikTok. You gotta take one of our takes only, right, and clip it as an individual take, and then you'll able to mass produce TikToks.
Yeah,
clip from that.
TikTok's a very weird game to play.
Got to play the algorithm.
Oh, most definitely.
I could not.
Okay,
If there's
but
one reason, yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. If
I was
there's
just
one
gonna say
reason.
like, there's a lot of reasons that I would not be a content creator. But if had to be one reason, then that would be it. That is not a game that I would
Want to
be
participate in it.
want to. Yeah,
Fair enough.
It's
like
Thank
a
I
you
can't stand
how much
seeing that.
viewership
I
on
would not
TikTok.
want to be it.
Yeah, that's
it's
fair.
it's actually a dog eat dog world in the social media game. It's like
Yeah.
cutthroat.
Well, not really. Even like the cutthroat nature of it all. Just it's I don't know. I find it all obnoxious.
That's fair.
Like
Which
that. Like how we're all just or how it's all just playing into people's ever shortening attention spans. It's like I hate that.
you don't want to feel that.
Yeah, like I don't want to. I don't. It feels like just
Silly.
Become the very
silly,
thing y'all sought to
soulless.
destroy.
Yeah,
I
it's
kind of feel that way, like with Linus Tech. Well, everyone knows Linus Tech. Like, I don't like how his
yeah,
tags and thumbnails have been clickbaity. Like, and he explained why he did it on his podcast, and he needs to play the algorithm, but I really don't vibe with it.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like I understand. Like that's the game that you gotta play, because that's how people are. I hate it because it's a reminder that that's the way people are.
Yep.
That like you have to play to short attention spans to get as many clicks as possible, and I hate that.
Yeah.
It
You sacrifice your
feels
morals?
it feels underhanded and it was just gross.
Yeah. I mean, I guess honestly, that's why sometimes that's where Mr. Beast wins. Cause not gonna lie, like his big tip is you're not clickbaiting in a way that you actually deliver what you had in the title, but you got their attention by essentially using clickbait, tactics.
Disingenuous, that's the word I'm looking for.
Oh my god. He said what?
There's an actual Twitter account somewhere. It's a gimmick account, but it's called the LTT Translator. It basically takes their titles and then translates it for like people who aren't like interested in his videos. And he does like community ratings of like how bad the clickbait is. Oh my god, just looking at the clickbait titles and thumbnails, just I feel I
So
don't know how
gross.
I feel like just grossed out.
You feel like you want to take a shower looking at it.
Uh, Look at this.
I want to see it. What am I looking at?
I put it in Twitch and content.
Free upgrade. I'm embarrassed. I didn't think of this.
Oh my god. Am I gonna get a free upgrade if I watch this? Oh my god.
That title does entice me, and that thumbnail also entices me. Oh well. I mean,
Which
what?
is like, but it says nothing. Like, yeah, it is enticing. It was like, I'm embarrassed. I didn't think of like, whoa, what could that be? But it says nothing.
I say nothing. But that's the thing. By saying nothing, they open up the floodgates to it being
To everything. Yeah. By having it nothing, it is everything.
Yeah, it opens up like if they don't add a specific mention of a specific thing, then people could be wondering maybe I can get this upgrade because what is it? And so that's how they generate the clicks.
Dishonesty.
Again,
Is it
I
dishonesty?
get why it's that way. It's so
It's so
I
gross.
hate it.
Yeah.
Just give me, if
I
I don't
hate
want,
it.
I don't want to watch your video. Just give me the goods.
Yeah, no,
then-
but I understand Joel's pain. I think it's just because you guys are old viewers. Not gonna lie, like
Like, look at
you,
the difference between how Linus does titles in Gamers Nexus. And I guess, I guess we have experienced the old 2005 era, 2005 era of YouTube. Like,
That's I hate the implication of that too, because like it's saying that like this is what it's becoming.
This is the new.
this is the
Like
norm.
this is the direction we want to take it. Is this really the direction we want to take it?
See, no, we as old viewers, I don't think so. But I'm gonna be
yeah.
honest with you. Linus's vision and goal is not to keep retaining new people. It's just to spread his channel. The way to do that is by enticing. Because let's honestly say it, to talk to ourselves. If he hasn't gotten the people or the amount of people he wanted by his past thumbnails and past titles, then clearly he's gonna try even more to try to be clickbait, so he gets those clicks. So it's just bringing more people to watch his videos.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like.
I'm gonna be honest.
Linus.
I don't. Your take on the content creation is being cutthroat. I don't think it's cutthroat to each other as far as content creator being cutthroat to each other. I think it's cutthroat to their audience, the general or their old audience. Because I feel like content creation, there's a space of content creators that help each other and support each other and give each other advice, and those advice are to fucking cutthroat new audience and to bring in new audience. I think that's where the cutthroat happens, is obtaining that new audience and how to obtain it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The only time I ever see like content or like creator on creator drama, it's more indicative of like whatever community they're a part of
Yeah,
than it is about like content creation in general.
yeah.
Well, I feel like it's also like you're upping the ante with like clickbait. If someone has a more clickbaity title, or like theoretically they'll get more clicks and more viewers than the other channel. So
That's literally what I see in the Reddit and Twitter threads. They say that Linus is so clickbaity, they've been going to other content creators.
so it's like a plague where if the other channels don't like adapt to it, they'll lose out on the business side and like the clicks and exposure.
And again, I get it. Like I don't
Yeah.
I don't have anything against the content creator for playing the game.
Mhm.
It's just I hate that like
The game
It has to be
became
done.
it.
it's
Yeah,
It
that is
has
the
to be
game.
done. Yeah.
it's an
Don't hate the player, hate
economy
the game.
of attention, of like just it's built entirely around like, can we get this person to click? And that makes for like these tactics that are just ugh.
Horrible. Horrible. Yeah. Couldn't we just return to the simple days of, Filthy Frank?
Filthy Frank raised a whole generation. Oh, Joji. Now he's
Those
an
were the
artist.
days. Those were the days of YouTube.
You think people have gotten soft nowadays?
Soft?
Yeah.
In
Easily
what way?
offended.
I,
Like, we ourselves have to watch out what we say just because of how the internet is. Like, holy shit, we will
Well,
get canceled.
I don't. The
If,
thing
like,
about it, I don't think
you know,
people individually or let me think about how I want to say that.
yeah, see? Because, like, now you're thinking about how you're going to say things, right? So,
Well, no,
clearly
I'm not like trying to think of like how best I can make this sound, I guess, politically correct. I'm more just like what best communicates my
your thought,
um
your
yeah.
opinion.
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about offending someone. I'm just trying to think of
The
what
best
way
way
I
to
can
put it.
say it that makes the most sense.
Yeah. That's fair.
And I think individually people aren't necessarily more sensitive, it's that when you're on the internet, physical separation does not exist. When you say something uh, that
Normally say.
you wouldn't think the average person would be offended by, well, you put that on the internet, someone will find it who will be offended by it just
Mhm.
by the nature of, you're speaking
Hmm.
into a megaphone out into the void. Like anyone anywhere can see what you say, and someone someone who would be offended by it is infinitely more likely to see what you have said, um, because of the nature of the internet. And more than that, because of that too, people who would be more disagreeable, they they can more easily find each other and amplify their message, I guess. Where like you go to a school and you have a weird kid who thinks, I don't know, yeah, give me something you saw a person get offended by.
Trans rights.
Uh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. You have this one kid at your school, who gets offended at trans rights, but it's one kid, and everyone knows he's a weird kid.
Mhm.
But then weird kid goes on the internet, he can contact any number of schools that just have the one weird kid, and suddenly they have a community of people who hate trans rights.
Yeah, so you're saying like it gets exponentially more easier to communicate and like that information get exposed to a lot more people than it would be normally without the internet. And so like
Yeah, and
that
so my
quick
point is
information.
that you're more likely to see the few people who might hold such an opinion than it is that more people overall do hold that opinion.
Hmm. So I have a question. So would you say then that the internet has allowed for like misinformation, like topics to arise, like flat Earth and
Oh,
anti-vax?
for
Do you
sure.
think you
Hmm.
should think
Absolutely.
so? You would think like without the internet, these groups would like probably never have existed.
I think they wouldn't have nearly the prominence that they enjoy now.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Again, it's the case of like, it's the village idiot. Everyone knows they're fucking nuts, but because they're able to find each other on the internet, and they're able to create that community of uh, these people who believe the government is spraying gay chemicals in the contrails of airliners. Um, you get that many people together, like that's got a few knock-on effects where like it gets more attention, more people pay attention, and more people that naturally leads to more people agreeing with them.
Hmm. This is the
Or
biggest problem.
maybe it's more like that people who would agree with them again more easily find them, or some people are led into believe or into people who don't really like are ignorant, I guess we'll say, um, who are less critical thinkers, who stumble upon this. They see their message, and because they lack that kind of like, well, now why would they be wrong? Oh yeah, here's why they would be wrong. If they lack that, they're more receptive to their fucking nuthousery, right?
Yeah. this is what I went over earlier, Jovic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like people who are not like educated, like they fall for this type of shit because and like their
And the
community
internet
the
makes
communities
this kind of
reinforce it
shit much more accessible.
and common and like because like for YouTube they were like actually like promoting flat Earth topics for a while, like on their algorithm. If you were like they didn't suppress misinformation on YouTube. So if you watched one flat Earth video, it was like common to find one. If you watched one, you're more likely to find a lot more. And so that's how a lot of people got trapped in that misinformation cycle and like get trapped in their own silos. And it's just a sad reality.
Yeah, the echo chambers.
Oh god, the echo chambers. Yeah,
It's
with how social like humans are, like we are social creatures. If like one person gets outcasted for having like really bad beliefs or opinions, they'll just like find other people who share that belief so they can feel validated.
Yeah, that's like essentially all the extreme groups. Like a bunch of outcasts came together and like we're like, yeah, fuck it. Like we hate the other guys.
I mean, that's literally the story of the incel.
True.
And actually, you know what? We were talking about this earlier about how like empires throughout history have fallen. This is kind of what I was thinking when taken to like Western developed nations, I should say, to developed nations. It's going to be something like this, where social media, the internet, it was something that we developed and made very commonplace, like household. Um, Basically, like you have to live under a rock to not know it, but it's this thing that has spread like wildfire before we can really get a grasp on like how is it affecting us and how can we address that. Like didn't we had no idea when MySpace, Facebook came out in the 2000s that this is what it would turn into. And so
Radically changed.
yeah, and so we didn't, and because of that, we didn't, there was no precautionary measures to be taken because who would have thought it would turn out like that. And so when we talk about like the fall of developed nations, I think it's going to be something like that where we we have something developed for our own convenience, and we don't really understand the effects of it, and it's not going to be anything like, maybe it's an AI that someone made that's that was programmed to filter copyrighted images or something like that, but turns genocidal. Maybe, but I think that's less likely. I think more realistic is just, yeah, like social media, where it's just like something more mundane that kind of like gnaws at us.
Gnaws on us.
Yeah,
Like a slowly eating disease that we don't know the
yeah,
effects of.
yeah. That's
Wow.
what I think it is gonna how it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's crazy because like what, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we didn't have the internet as today, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
it's like how are our monkey brains adapting to this, right? It's like,
Yeah, yeah. And
well,
like
it's hard to
I don't
know.
think anyone who was signing up for a Facebook account could have imagined that like this platform that they saw as just a way to like engage with family members, friends and family, and keep up with their lives of these people that they care about. I don't think anyone could have predicted that, like, oh, this is going to cause some very real problems for democracy.
Yeah, it's just
Who could have predicted that?
yeah, it's just like suddenly we have like tribes on the internet of like echo chambers fighting other echo chambers, and
Yeah,
then it's like
just like
there's no separation from that.
causing leading to such polarization.
Damn, I wonder if like how things would have been different without the internet. Like there wouldn't be like incels, right? But like those would be like isolated cases.
Well, yeah, like it wouldn't be
A community
like
like
There
it is
would be a
today.
community.
like bordering on like a cultural movement type of thing, but
Like
it's
these fascists too, like they wouldn't have been able to like contact each other without the internet and like come into agreement to go like raid the Capitol or whatever.
yeah,
It's just
That's
things feel like it's escalating with the internet, right?
no, yeah, no. I feel like
Just
that's fair. Because yeah. Oh yeah,
Internet has sped up communication.
yeah. Oh yeah. The internet sped up human development. Because I feel like eventually groups of people will form, and groups of people will find themselves. So with the internet, that just sped that up. With the
well,
addition of they don't have to be in physical
well, I,
contact with each other.
I think it would have been exceptionally rare for like a group of incels to come together. Like if there was no internet, it would be exceptionally rare for that to happen. Like come together and create a
yeah.
community about
You're talking
incel
about
like
the
culture.
So do you
you're
think
talking about
then
the
after? Do you
stereotype of
think? Do
like
you
the
think that
basement
like?
dweller.
Do you think then what's it called then? The society and economy, or society in general, will become a hive mind, as in like good opinions will stay good and the bad opinions will stay, you know, shut
Well,
out and bullied out, I guess.
well, no, because like unless there is like some kind of radical change to the internet, um,
No,
where
that's what I'm
like
saying. Without the internet,
without the internet, do
yeah,
you think
without the internet, do you think that like
these groups
uh,
would not have formed at all?
yeah, exactly, because it wasn't part of the status quo.
I think
It's
they'd be less like polarized. I feel like they'd be less like sharp. I don't know how to describe it, but like by echo chambering, they become like really. I don't know how to describe it, but I guess sharp or like focused or like like a dense kind of like community where like they have like I don't want to say extreme views, but like more. If there was no internet, they'd have less extreme views in like that type of setting. I would feel like that would be a case.
I it's hard to answer that. I
Yeah.
feel because like I feel like the internet was inevitable, like sooner or later, because all throughout human history, we've always tried to find faster methods of communicating with each other. Like the internet is just the culmination of centuries of that. Like radio, telephone, telegraph, postal service. It's that's kind of what it led to, and so it's hard to imagine a world without it because it feels like that's always what it was leading to. So to imagine a hypothetical world without it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Hard
just
to say.
like
That's
we
fair.
grew up with internet, so it's we could only act on assumptions, like at least us, and like maybe older generations remember how it was before then, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, it's just I mean, fascists did exist before the internet, so there would still be that, but like
I think
maybe not at the rate that we're seeing.
I do think that the internet is more beneficial than not because it's the internet is a free flow of ideas, uncontrolled almost of ideas.
Speak to China.
Yeah, some caveats, but like, or at least as we understand it in the West then. But even in China, they're like, they're not just accepting government censorship. They're using like VPNs or proxies or whatever they can find. But it's more dangerous to have ideas be stifled. No. Or I'll say it like this. That's that the that is the benefit of having the internet, is that ideas are able to flow so freely, so quickly.
That's
But
also
it's
the
also
downside.
its downfall is that anything it's the Library of Babel. Just everything is out there, um, for better or for worse. But that is better than living under, say, a tyrannical government that limits as much as it can the flow of information. Because when that happens, then the only access to ideas that you have readily available is um, whoever's thumb you're living under. And when they paint your worldview, then you're gonna be okay with whatever, you're gonna get real comfortable to the feeling of that boot on your neck.
Yeah, it's
That was a little rambly, but basically the idea is, for as many problems as having a near unfiltered flow of information is, for or as many problems as that idea has, it's much better than having the flow of ideas be totally restricted.
Metal Gear Solid 2, like, basically like predicted this. Like, one of the characters had a whole ass speech about how you can't really restrict the flow of information on the internet. Like his he it was actually an AI, but he thought it was like, gonna lead to peace and, well, and control, but peace and control can also be two totally different things, and how control can even lead to like even worse things like war and conflict. And
yeah.
sometimes like people might even spread misinformation to combat misinformation. You were saying, Paulo?
Well, it just feels like the internet is like a. It's just our magic system that we lucked into. I guess. When I think about that way, you know, it's just magic has both good and bad. I guess we got to roll with the punches.
Adapt.
Man. But if you think the internet, what if the internet like stopped working? Like it just suddenly stopped working forever. What do you think would happen? I feel like whole entire. I don't know if this might be true, but I feel like governments will get shut down.
A
And
lot of
like,
economic systems depend on
yeah.
the internet.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I feel like societal collapse is like will happen
Oh,
at least
absolutely.
intermittently.
It's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be that severe. It's gonna be a shitty like period of figuring out life without the internet again. But if we're talking just the internet, like the ability for computers to connect to each other, then I think that's fine. We'll just have to. The internet is that communication between everyone's like computers and phones and all that. Are we also taking that to mean that we lose those computers and phones as well, or that they just no longer have that ability to connect to each other through like websites and
So websites and all that would be entirely down. The only thing like I guess would function would be like your phone function. But
because
I'm
like take for instance um government databases,
yeah.
like those, like you can access some information through the internet, but if they're not on they're not of the internet.
I guess that does make a distinction, like whether
Like
it's just the
when
internet
the if
itself or like all computers, right?
yeah, because like I feel like you know a lot of our life, a lot of our society now is pretty reliant on the internet, but
Yeah.
it we have the internet is really just this refined communication platform, um, where if it were to go down, we have worse methods of doing what the internet would provide, like
But
very much worse. So like without the internet,
mhm,
like say you're um like money's going to be very very difficult without the internet, um because of how like our banking now is all through mobile apps and shit. But the bank is still going to be there. The information in this hypothetical of like, where am I getting my direct deposits from? What's my balance? What's in my account? Um, what are my credentials for that account? That's all still there in this hypothetical. So while it would suck because we wouldn't be able to say, um, use like the little tap thing with our phones to pay anymore, um, we'd be able to figure it out. But if we're talking like going that step further of like,
all computers,
yeah,
Mm.
like then that is just
that's a shit show.
total utter societal collapse, because like it's one thing to not be able to communicate information we have anymore. It's another thing entirely to lose that information. That would be devastating.
Yeah, I guess it does depend on the degree of severity we're talking about here. Hmm. But do you think people? It would be a major inconvenience, right? Like people like losing the internet. Let's say like computers like work, but like it's just the Wi-Fi signal's out.
Yeah,
Like you can't connect to the
like
internet at all.
computers, like losing, or so much of our lives now is information in a database somewhere. So like losing that information is what turns losing the internet from an inconvenience to devastating. And
Mhm.
like, yeah, if it was just that, if it was as if all internet modems stopped working, then that's if all internet modems stopped working, if all uh, cellular tower cellular towers went down, well, it's going to be a shitty adjustment period as we learn how to communicate again. Um, the vast amounts of information that we send back and forth every day, but we would be able to figure it out.
You think so?
Also, with
It's
the internet going out, we will like lose most of like we would have to get our news sources either from TV or
yeah.
I just realized that they stopped sending physical newspapers at our house a long time ago.
But yeah, like that's like the difference is, for instance, I would not be able to talk to you guys like this right now but that doesn't mean I can't talk to you at all. Like I'd probably be reduced to making
Paper.
phone calls,
Mhm.
sending letters, something like that, where it's not impossible, it's just a lot less
Convenient.
easy. It's a lot less easy than it was. It's a lot less capable than it was because I cannot convey nearly as much information in a letter as I can just speaking right now with tone of voice, with like back and forth uh
Yeah.
dialogue. It's so we we would have we wouldn't totally lose the capability. We would just lose a lot of capability.
Yeah, but there's also like information loss within that too. So I feel like there might be like a minor societal collapse. I feel like people have built a lot around the internet, like a little bit too much. And I feel like people will like there will be like I feel like there some people just can't cope with that.
For sure, it's gonna
Yeah.
be
It's gonna
chaotic.
be really bad for like the first year or so. And
Yeah,
so
but to extend my analogy, like we if I could not talk to you through internet or voice over IP like right now, um, then I would just have to resort to a letter or something like that. Um, but again, I can still send a letter. With the other scenario where or to in the sense like that means that we still have the information that kind of that kind of dictates modern day life. We still have that information. It's
but
just a lot more of a pain in the ass to send it,
well
but it's still there.
I guess the underlying question I'm trying to make is like do you think people are do you think people can adapt to that? Like after seeing this is like the sucker of the gods right now. What humanity has done, it's like this is the icker, right? This is like the premium like thing, like the apex that we've ever been in terms of communication and data and all that.
Right.
Do you ever think that like people just like do you ever think that people may not be able like to go back and like to retro.
I
Go
think
back and enjoy the usual like
Yeah,
fucking
do you think internet is addicting, right? It's
yeah.
like
yeah,
it's like some people make it their entire lives.
I think people generally, I will generalize here. I think people are very good at adapting when they are forced to it.
When they're forced to.
When they are forced to, yes.
Okay. Maybe I just have a more pessimistic view. I just
Why?
Like
I don't know.
it's just it's how we're wired. Survival instincts, maybe, but
'Cause I
like
feel
when
like
you get put into a situation, you adapt to it.
that is
Most
true.
people don't put themselves in situations that are like just so dramatically different, like going from our current internet ecosystem to no internet at all. Like that's a pretty drastic change. Most people don't choose to make that kind of change in their day-to-day life, but when that change is forced upon them, like a lot of people mostly have a lot of capability to adapt.
Okay. Hmm.
What do you think? You think people are fucking dumb and they're like, yeah, they're not gonna survive the internet.
Well, I it's just I do think people can adapt. I think that's how humans have gotten this far is just through adapting to their environment and like adapting to the world. And it's
Uh-huh.
just like a natural way of life. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are underprepared. I guess is what I feel.
I
And like,
definitely foresee a lot of unhealthy, probably like unwise ways of dealing with it that people will probably attempt. But yeah, for the most part, that's not the kind of thing that like is just it's people will adapt. People will adapt because they don't have a choice.
hmm. Yeah, I guess
What
I just
about
have
you,
a more
Everson?
pessimistic view.
What about you, Everson?
Hmm?
What about you?
I'm thinking about how we resort to going back to physical media, like books, CDs, but also how
Mm.
much those have eroded over time because of our dependency on the internet.
Oh, 100%. Great point.
Blu-ray players.
I'd be real glad that my grandparents still keep so many VHS tapes around.
We have so many streaming services, and like, a lot of people watch them. But if that, even like streaming services won't last forever. They are a service like that can be like flicked off and on.
That is true. That is true.
Dang.
Man, that is the ultimate boomer dream, though, isn't it?
To just cut off internet.
Yeah,
I
because
bet
like
it
I can
is.
think of so many times I've heard like
Back
the
in my day.
fantasy of cutting like people will cut off the internet, and then suddenly people will be forced to go outside and talk to people and that kind of shit.
That is a boomer take, indeed.
Like people will actually go outside and talk to each other again, and we're just gonna instantly have a more cohesive society and yeah, real boomer shit.
It is a lot of boomer shit. Yeah.
Like if you've ever seen the phones are bad subreddit,
There's a subreddit for that?
it's the subreddit is more like taking
Is
the
it
piss out of like boomer takes than it is about people who believe in boomer takes. Like they don't
it's like
believe in it. They're just like mocking the like
okay, it's satire.
yeah.
Okay.
Like it's like the boomer comics
Oh,
of like
Garfield or
where
whatever.
where this like fucking this little kid, this snotty little kid is like, why can't I swipe the pages on this? And like the fucking know-it-all boomer's like, it's a book, son.
Mm.
That kind of thing.
The one's posted on Facebook. I see, I see. Man, we live in a very interesting world, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Fucking internet, fucking climate change. Kanye West is a Nazi. Oh my god. Ain't this the time to be alive?
Hell
We live
yeah.
in a society.
Honestly, this is like we're living in the most unique time in human history.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with
It-
that take.
like never
It's
before.
hard to deny that, yeah.
It is like probably the most different time we'll see in a while until they make you know virtual reality full body experience maybe
Sword Art Online or Matrix.
Until we become energy.
until we transfer our minds into computers and live there and watch the world around us burn while we live in a digital
It's
paradise.
something that's funny about that too is like um yeah, with how quickly things change in the modern in the right now. Um you think back to like medieval times, roughly, like like back to that time
Era.
period where like across generations you could kind of expect human life to be more or less the same, right? And so
Yeah.
like and it's the idea of listening to your elders, respecting your elders and all that, like having them impart their wisdom on you. It's a lot more apt for a time like that where for the most part human life didn't change day to day. But then like that idea carries to now, and like yeah, there's certainly wisdom you can
Ah,
gain
hey,
from
Shani, this is how you use a
your
rotary phone.
elders. But yeah, but like life changes so quickly now that like it's within just a few generations, it's kind of obsolete, isn't it?
Yeah, like
Like for
what's the
most of
next
human
gen gonna
history,
be? Yeah.
for most of human history, like that advice from your grandpa about like, well,
This is how you treat a
make
woman.
here's how you make the ox more compliant when plowing your fields. Like, yeah, it's probably exactly the same shit, I bet. But then, yeah, now it has to be like, what the fuck is a touchscreen?
Yeah. So do you think like so that's like past generations, and do you think when we get older, like when we're 80s and we're those boomers, right? Do you
When
think any
we're
do you think there's gonna be kind of any kind of like technological innovation like the internet, like that has like a pretty big impact on how people like go by daily lives that will be like the boomers today? Do you think there
maybe
will be kind of like any innovation like that?
maybe we'll be the ones that have to be taught how to interface with a neural chip or something like that, with our fucking brain blast microchips in our heads.
Anyone see
Actually,
the metaverse making a rise like in the next 20 years?
the which one?
The metaverse.
The
Oh,
metaverse
shut
is
the fuck
not
up.
going anywhere, dude. Get that shit out of here. Not even podcast worthy. I mean,
Because
I don't know.
I see how people like, or at least in commercials, they're pushing how like people just using VR headsets like every day for everyday things like work, entertainment, video games.
For work,
It's
I don't. That's such a burden to do it like VR through work.
Mm-hmm.
It's just easier to be by yourself in your room on a computer, just doing the work there.
it's just they're completely out of touch with
What
they
people
are actually aliens trying to study human behavior, and now they're in the stage of their research where they're trying to replicate it in with the fucking metaverse. It's
I get tired from like having a VR headset, like playing a first person shooter for like 2 hours. I can't do of like 8 hours of work
yeah.
with VR headset.
I do not understand their angle with their take with the metaverse. I don't what is the idea with that?
saw
How
the
could they
Matrix.
possibly think that something like that is viable with I Paul was right. It's not even worth talking about.
Mm.
It's just a useless and dead topic, and like it's like
It is pointless to even discuss.
yeah.
It is such a stillborn attempt at a service. Such a stillborn attempt at a service. It's not worth talking about.
Yeah. But it's so hard to imagine, right? Like, what is the next innovation going to be? Like, in terms of like technological like innovation. Like, I feel like the internet is like, I don't know. It just feels like the peak. But like again, like they thought that like 100 years ago, like on letter writing is like this or this rotary phone. No way things can get any better. But like, can you guys imagine what could be something that in our lifetime would be like the next big thing?
Like you said, something about brain chips.
Brain
Yeah,
chips, like
genuinely, it's a bit fantastical, but cybernetic enhancements I could see being like a
Oh yeah.
very divisive advancement.
oh, like in Cyberpunk, kind of like
Yeah, yeah,
that.
of like people who think it like violates the sanctity of the human body, and for those, it's like, why the fuck does that matter?
We already have
I
microplastics, bro.
yeah,
No,
Like,
I saw this video of like this one person using this exoskeleton to like transport stuff, like in that video game Death Stranding, and like
well,
imagine.
exoskeleton is different though.
Yeah, I
that's
know,
not
but
a
like,
big,
what if like we put the
yeah.
strength of an exoskeleton into an actual prosthetic?
Yeah, that's more, like you're that's approaching transhumanism,
Mm, that's the
you
term,
know?
transhumanism.
Like, yeah, you're gonna start having debates about like, well, if we're just gonna start like, if we're gonna be on the level of body modification where, you know, you're ripping out more and more parts of people and substituting it with like um cybernetic prosthetics. Yeah, those I could see that being a very heated topic in that hypothetical world.
Hmm.
But it's also very fantastical, and I'm not so sure that that's anything within our lifetimes. And honestly, at the rate we're going, I don't know that we will see that next revolutionary technological advancement before we
Die to climate
fucking,
change.
yeah, burn the planet.
uh that is our legacy. That is a sad thing to think about.
Corporations get to grift more with any cybernetic parts. Really, it'll become like a cyberpunk dystopia.
I just hope I don't live long enough to see the world burn like that.
Yeah. That's kind of my rationale too, or a part of the rationale too for not having kids. Like, I hope that I never, when it gets that bad, that I'm not around to see it. But I would also feel very guilty if I
Did nothing.
produced, well,
Or
not like if I produced a human life that would have to suffer a world ravaged by climate crisis, then
it's just fucked.
that's immoral. I feel that's immoral when you know that um, the world is approaching a state uninhabitable and you choose to bring a life into it anyway.
Hmm. Yeah. But then there's like, if everyone did that, then the human race would no longer like
Yeah.
exist.
Well,
So
I actually, let me correct that. When like you see the world becoming uninhabitable from climate crisis and you bring a life into that future world, but know that you don't have to suffer that world yourself because you'll be dead by then. But
selfishly
yeah,
bringing
it's
it.
selfish. It's selfish because like you're still bringing someone into the world who themselves might suffer that fate, and whoever they decide to bring into the world. But whereas you're probably not going to see the worst of it because you're dead by the time that happens. Like condemning someone to that fate when you're not at risk of it yourself, basically.
Yeah, it's a hard choice. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know Jovic wants to have kids, right? If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. But like,
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
but he doesn't want to do that. But like, it's just hard to like
You know, I told Tina
control.
that I'm gonna
Yeah.
have kids when I'm like 30.
Did she say anything about that?
She was like, "That's absurd."
Well, as long as you're bringing a kid into the world for the right reasons, and that when you bring them into the world, they have opportunities, they have support systems in place, they have, they have a good chance, a good shot at life,
Yeah.
and you're bringing them in for the right reasons. That's fine. That's fine. But just everything other than that.
It's fucked.
Yeah. Essentially.
Basically.
Man. So much things to think about, right? We went so far. We went from like Nazis to like future wars, climate change, to
Yeah.
fucking to like technology, boomers, and
Some heavy
hitters.
Yeah.
Heavy hitting topics. And just like, what's the point where like someone goes like, fuck it, you know?
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Like,
Fuck it and
what is
end the world.
What keeps you like
Going?
yeah, what
Going?
keeps you going?
What keeps me going? That's a great question.
I'll let you know when I have an answer.
I feel like what keeps me waking up and trying to improve myself, trying to better myself.
Better yourself, okay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's always going to be, I need to make it up to my parents. I need to make them proud. That's one thing. And then honestly, I don't know why, but it's just my will that I believe in myself that I can make a difference and I'm able to make a difference. I'm going to make a difference. And there's that thing within me that like believes in myself and keeps telling me, keep going, you're going to make a difference someday. You're going to be a hero in someone's life. And yeah, that's what keeps me up all night. Or not, yeah, I guess keeps me up all night. And
that exact thing, like, oh, I'm gonna be a hero, I'm gonna change the
not
world.
necessarily hero, but yeah, change the world some way, some shape or form. I'm gonna be a better person. I'm gonna leave the world in a better state than I found it.
Okay, so you have lofty goals. You're aiming high.
Man, I used to believe that.
Yeah.
Genuinely, like, I'm just going through the motions right now.
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean a lot of so far. I mean, okay then. So I mean, I have a question. What stopped you from keeping those beliefs up?
I don't know. I guess I'm just more jaded now. I'm less interested in people. That's an understatement. I fucking hate people now. Like, I can't stand, like, actually it's kind of it's a bit of a juxtaposition. I've grown to dislike people, but at the same time, like, kind of lonely.
That's the duality of the
Yeah, how do you reconcile that? Of
I
just
guess
not being able to stand being around people, and honestly kind of being disappointed in people so often, and yet feel
You
lonely some
you feel lonely?
often. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I there's no one really up here that I regularly talk to or hang out. It's like shit. Most days I don't even leave the house anymore because I work from home now.
Wait, so I have a question. Are you seeking for physical friendship or are you seeking for a partner when you say loneliness?
Either, both.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's hard, right? It's like once you're out of like the middle school and high school like kind of life, it's harder. It gets harder to make friends.
Yeah, it's like I mean,
Or
theoretically, I guess I whatever I'm interested in, you know, I'd go to some kind of. Y'all ever heard of the third place?
the
No.
third
Like
place.
the idea of the third place.
Mm, no.
I have not.
So like the idea is that like people have so the first two places that people have are home and work. And
Okay.
the third place would be say somewhere people socialize. Um, but I read this thing about how like more and more we're seeing that third place being lost. Or we're
Mm.
seeing like I should give an example, like a bar, I guess. A place where people can go that's not home or work, where they can socialize with peers.
Oh, I looked it up. One of the other examples is like church.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's another one. It's just related to whatever you're interested in, I guess, or whatever you're into. It's like
Yeah.
a kind of place that can provide a sense of community, and it seems like with as time passes, like that becomes less and less of a thing,
So
or
yeah,
that has
I
become less and less of a thing. Like I don't know if you guys can think of like a
so,
third place for yourselves, but I know I sure as hell do not have a third place where I can meet people, I can make friends, I can socialize.
yeah. So
Oh.
I read something in one of my classes. It was like I think it was written by a boomer, but I think it might like resonate a little bit. But like it was like trying to think of the exact words, but it was like are the social connections upholding like the community, like these certain places that like you said the bar or the church, like a lot of these are getting lost and more like degraded and lost because um a lot less people are like going there nowadays because why should they? Because they have like the internet to like socialize with groups that they prefer with, right? So
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, so you're socializing, you're trading it off. You're socializing, according to this guy at least, you're socializing more on the internet and you're losing that, I guess, like in-person physical interaction with other people. And I think there is there is a difference between interacting with people online in a community, like say on like the subreddit or whatever, and interacting with people in a bar, right? There's like that physical difference and that makes it, I guess, that connection. I don't know about you, but this kind of like resonates with me with like the COVID situation where we had like online like online shit. I fucking hated that shit. I'd rather be in person and like see everyone's faces. And
yeah,
it's that loss of like personal like space, not personal space, but like shared space with other people that like I feel like kind of corresponds to that third place that you were like talking about.
yeah. I can't I can't explain it myself why like being in-person social interaction hits different. Um, but it does. I think most people can tell the difference. It feels like it does. It's different.
Yeah, because like you actually like you're interacting with a human, and like you could see how their emotions, and it's like the complexity is there, and I feel like within the online format, you're seeing like what they think and like what they write, but you're not seeing the full person there, right? And so I
Yeah.
feel like you're losing out on essential critical information about who you're communicating with, and like, and I feel like it's not the same, and you're losing like that connection,
Yeah.
which is
Um,
sad to say.
Humans are social creatures.
Wait,
I don't know.
Paulo, you wouldn't consider school as your third place?
I didn't say I didn't have one. Like, yeah, school is
Okay.
like a
third
really good
place.
place where I could find friends
School,
and people.
I feel like
But
school is kind of a weird one because it can be both like a
Work.
third place
Mhm.
and yeah, the workplace too.
Mhm.
I guess it depends. Like for me, at
The
least, it
environment.
depends on the type of people you center yourself around at university or school. Like I
And
have
actually,
I have friends in my I consider my work classes like my major classes like biochemistry or whatever. Like people I meet there are like more about like work, like actual work, and I hate it like going there. But like people who I have like extra curricular classes or classes I take because I want to learn. Like I make a lot more like friends there, and I consider like that as my third place because it's like we share more common ideas other than like biochemistry or like biology or whatever. We share like I don't know. They feel more human to me and like more personal.
and that can be turned around too. How like you have school that's not quite the workplace is kind of it could be considered a third place, not quite the workplace, but kind of is too. You can turn that around too. Like the workplace can be the place for someone who to to socialize.
It's true. I guess I never had like an office kind of like job before, so I wouldn't have experience like knowing what that kind of deal
Yeah,
is.
it's not. It is different. Work friends are different. It's a friends of convenience kind of. It's the same as like a lot of school friends, quote unquote. Like it's friends of convenience. It's people that you can socialize with because you're both there.
Mm.
Um, and you might find someone that you genuinely just hit it off with. Um, so it's not the places aren't so or maybe not so strictly defined like that. The
Yeah,
workplace, the
I agree.
home, the socialization place, the third place.
I don't. I think it's the environment too. Because honestly, I feel like the third place for me is a environment type, where I can be around the same people, from school, but it's our environment. Like, say, because for me personally, the Carol space is a social area. But if my friends and I, the same group of people I hang out with at the Carol space, want to go study, then we change the location where studying is optimal to us. Does that make sense? And I guess same for my engineering friends, right? There's an optimal spot to study, but if we want to go socialize, we go to the game room, right, where we go bowling and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. That's an aspect of it too. Of the you're primed by your location towards certain activities.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider Discord like this channel to be a third space then?
Absolutely. If
Kind
that's
of.
the case.
It's the internet definitely feels acts as a kind of surrogate for that third place, and that's where all of my socialization happens now between this Discord here and another TeamSpeak server that I'm on. But again, is there's something fundamentally different
Than in
about
person.
yeah.
I feel that. It's like I can't make like we have good connections here because we all knew each other in high school and before that, right? And so we knew how each other, we knew each other before, but like if I was to like meet someone on the internet and like you telling me to like have a really like, make the same connections as with them as I do with y'all, that'd be like hard, like hard jump
Yeah.
because it's just it's I don't know, it's just not the same. Like the we lose critical information when when we're not in person and like feeling each other out and like all
I
that.
mean, yeah, like I there's this one group, that Team Speaker server I was talking about. It's this community that I've been in since like 2015 or something. That's a long time to be playing video games with the same group of people. But even
Mhm.
then, maybe it's on me that I don't go the extra step to like know these people better, but there's always like a bit of an arm's length between them, myself and them.
Mm.
But I don't know. Maybe it is just me because I hear about how some members of that group like actually do get together in person and do shit. Like I heard about a few of them meeting up to go on a road trip to go camping and shit. So I don't know. Maybe it is just me.
Well, you're not alone. I couldn't I wouldn't want to do that either because like I don't know, it's just missing that essential element.
But another aspect I think for me that like besides the third space is that I don't know, I guess I am just more jaded that when I like encounter people, like I don't know, I expect the worst.
That's fair.
I maybe it's just everything that's happened since like 2020, state of the world. Maybe it's working retail for the better part of a year, but I genuinely just I come across another person and I think, well, how are they going to be a dick to me today?
Yeah.
And
That is fair.
that's kind of it's a difficult mindset
Adopt.
to escape from.
Mm.
It's definitely not a difficult one to adopt
Um,
because you run into the right kinds of people and you that's it's an easy mindset to adopt. You run into the right people and just believe that that's all there is in the world.
It just takes one bad day.
But yeah, it's like I don't know. It's hard to feel like people are worth it.
wow.
So kind of hard to reconcile that with feelings of loneliness. You want to be around people, but people are gonna just fucking
Stab
suck.
you in the
So
back, yeah.
yeah, so how do you reconcile that?
I think it's just meeting the right people. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not gonna say like you're not wrong in your opinions or anything like that, because
I mean,
you know,
it probably is, but how do you meet the right people?
yeah, it's just nowadays, just yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Luck. Yeah.
you just meet people and
All right.
just kind of have to hope you get lucky
That they're not
if you
dickheads. Yeah.
Adrian,
yo.
I think I know the term you're talking about. I learned this from a fucking anime, but it's called I think Hedgehog's Dilemma, where
Huh.
like, well, I guess the Hedgehog's Dilemma is more like a both sides kind of thing, but basically two hedgehogs, they like
all want to become friends, like, or become close, but they're scared that they'll hurt each other. And in a sense, well, I guess yours is more one-sided, but
I get that sentiment. I think I'm talking about something a little. I don't know. I think I'm just talking general cynicism. Just jadedness and misanthropy.
yeah, because getting like trusting people is hard when you've gone through like a lot of bad shit, and it's even worse because you could like I kind of have that mindset too, because I could like meet the nicest person in the world and like I would probably keep them at arm's length because I'm tired.
Of dealing with shitty people.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You guys, I mean, it's very clear you guys have lost hope in, in society itself and being good, doing good. So that's understandable. I guess that's just like either finding the right person or finding a group of people. But as you say, how do we find those people?
You gotta be at the right
You know.
right place, right time.
But it's also not even that. It's just you have to set yourself up, put yourself in that position, being at the right place, right time. Like while
Being open to
while yes, you can spend your time on the internet, on video games and stuff. Sometimes it doesn't hurt. Like maybe people find somebody at the gym, and that's something that you have to be comfortable about going to.